All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the April 13th, 2023 meeting of the Parks and Community Services Commission meeting. We're going to call the meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. Whoops. It's great to see everybody. Thanks to those joining us here in person and online. We'll start tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Commissioner Dorn Parker, happy birthday, happy belated birthday.
No, it's today.
Oh, excuse me. Happy birthday. Would you be so kind to lead us?
My pleasure. Please rise. Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. And now we'll turn it over to Ms. Fatua for the roll call. And I'll just quickly add, Commissioner Brown unfortunately cannot be with us tonight, but I'm sure she's following along and we look forward to having her input at our next meeting.
Commissioner Garcia Arcos?
Yes, present.
Commissioner Glab? Commissioner Wall?
Here.
Commissioner Wright?
Here.
Vice Chair Dorn Parker?
Here.
Chair Rutherford?
Present.
We have quorum.
Awesome, thank you. Next, we'll move on to public comments for matters not listed on the agenda. You can comment up to 3 minutes on any topic to bring to the attention of the commission. So if there's anybody in the chambers that would like to make a public comment, now's the time. You can line up at either podium.
Chair, do you want to make the announcement that we talked about that way? If
Yes, thank you. We'll do that first before public comment. We had an agenda item. It's the fourth item of new business on our agenda, the community outreach update. Commissioner Brown had asked for this item to come forward, and her advocacy has been a part of this discussion. So because she's out of town this evening, cannot be with us, I'm going to move to amend the agenda and pull that item until our next regular meeting, if there would be a second to that motion. Seconded by Commissioner Wall. Thank you.
Okay. So 1 moment.
So going into community input, if there is anyone that wanted to speak on it, they now can speak on that item under public comments.
Thank you, Director Mentor. Sure. Do we need a motion for that, Ms. Fatua, or are we good to restructure the agenda that way?
So are we allowing public comment first before we make a motion regarding this item? I just want...
The item was that the motion was to pull the item, so we did get a second, so I would do a roll call vote. Because the motion and second was made, I think in the future you can just pull it as the chair, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. So we have a first and a second. So if you guys can go ahead and do a start vote for this item.
Everybody see the buttons?
Motion carries 6-0 to move the item to the next meeting in May.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Fatua and Director Mentor. So now we'll move on to public comments for anybody that would like to speak. You can also speak on the community outreach item, knowing that we'll be back next month. So it looks like the floor is yours.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name's Karina, and I've been with the community gardens in Hamilton for about 5 years. And I have brought it up already to the Parks and Recs if we were able to place a compost bin for all of the community gardeners. And it was met with that previously they had done it and it was neglected, and so they didn't want to reinstall one. But every year we get new gardeners, and I think it's important. I think now there's more awareness of the importance of composting, and it's really needed in the garden. It cultivates good soil, which we need. Otherwise, we have to keep buying, and it helps restore the soil. So I feel like there's a lot of grants out there that would help with the funding of creating compost bins. So if that's been like an issue, there's definitely a lot of awareness already. So there's a lot of, like I said, grants available for that.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but the community gardens is actually an agenda item on our agenda tonight. So you can also make a public comment directly on the agenda item, and we traditionally reserve public comments for anything else that's not on the
Oh,
agenda.
okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the gardens already. So
No, no worries. I appreciate your patience. Yeah.
So should I just come back for the?
If you have anything else to share with the commission, you're welcome to share it. But if you want to save your public comment till just a little bit later in the evening, we'd love to hear it.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Garcia, the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Commission, for the opportunity to speak tonight. I wanted to ask about kind of a procedural topic, the flying field at Fairview Park leading up to the September 21st, 2021 council meeting went through the Fairview Park Steering Committee, and then it came to PAX for your input. After the September 21st, 2021 meeting, the flying field went back to the steering committee, Fairview Park Steering Committee, for 4 meetings. But the topic never came back to PAX before going to the council. And so I was just wondering why. It seems inconsistent with how this topic has been addressed in the past, and I understand that the topic will be going back to council potentially in May, and Fairview Park Steering Committee last night had the opportunity to comment on it and give their recommendation to council. Since PAX has commented on this topic in the past, I was wondering if they would have the opportunity as well to put forth their comments to council. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for the comment. Seeing no members of the public in the chambers left to comment, although we have some new folks joining us tonight, welcome. It's good to have you join us. Are there any members of the public on Zoom that would like to comment?
Yes, I have one hand raised. CKD. CKD, you may now speak.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Cynthia D'Agosta. I had a couple of points for the public comment period, and I'm responding to, not responding to Matt, but I want to follow up with Matt's comments that he just gave. Both of us sit on the Fairview Park Steering Committee, and the Steering Committee met last evening and voted in support of the March staff recommendation, which did go to Council for permanent closure of any flying activity at the park in support of the objective of habitat restoration. And with that, I would like to invite the commissioners to join any of us at the park for discussions on the item before it does return to council, if that's appropriate. I'm hoping that we can resolve this appropriately through the channels, as Matt's asking, by very soon. We've been dealing with this for 4 years, so I think Matt and I are both a little frustrated at this point and would like to see it resolved. My second point is to invite you all to a volunteer restoration event on Saturday to remove invasives out at Fairview Park. We'll meet behind the kiosk near the top of the canyon at 9 o'clock and be working from 9 to 11, so we hope you'll join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. D'Agosta. We appreciate your comments. Are there any more members of the public on Zoom, Ms. Fatua?
If there are any other members who wish to speak regarding items not pertaining to the agenda, please raise your hand. Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Awesome. Well, we'll take it back to the chambers because we have Councilmember Reynolds. It's wonderful to have you join us tonight. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Oh, it's on. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for accommodating and bringing it back to the in-person public comment. we just coincidentally, I'm here. This was not planned, but I feel like it was the universe giving us an opportunity to speak. I've just taken a group of middle school and high school students around City Hall. It's their first time here at City Hall. And after visiting code enforcement on the second floor, parks on the third floor, public works on the fourth floor, they started to share a lot of ideas that they would like to see in the city. And one of the things that struck me in their comments was that they're on spring break right now and didn't really have a lot of opportunities or things to do here in the city during spring break. So since it's their first time at City Hall, many are a little shy about coming up and sharing their ideas, but Christian was willing to introduce himself and share one of his ideas.
Hi, my name is Christian. I go to Costa Mesa High School, and I think there should be more entertainment areas for kids our age, more like arcades or public pools, like more open space for us to be around. I also think there should be more skate parks and more soccer fields because there's only one skate park nearby, which is still kind of far, and there's not really any soccer fields, and only the school soccer fields, but which are locked out for us after school times. So there's nothing really to do during break, and I just think there should be more entertainment areas for us. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Thank you so much for all of your service.
Well, thank you, Christian, for joining us from Costa Mesa High School. We appreciate your feedback. And sometimes ideas don't get heard in these chambers that need to happen if people like you don't speak up. So I want to thank you for speaking up and addressing those issues. And I want to encourage you to keep speaking up and hold us accountable so we can execute on those things. So thank you again, Christian. With that, seeing no more public comments, we'll close public comments and bring it back to the commission for commissioner comments and suggestions at this time. We'll just go down the list from districts chronologically, starting with District 1. Mr. Glab, you want to get us going tonight?
I'm not sure, Director Mentor, if I can ask this question. Do we only make comments or can we ask questions? Only comments, right?
You can make
So
suggestions.
you can make questions, or you can ask questions.
Wondering where we were since he was talking about more space to play on, where we're at with Lion Park.
I will answer that during the director's report, if that's
Okay.
okay. Yeah, but that's a great question.
That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Glab. And next, let's go to Commissioner Garcia Arcos from District 4.
I just want to appreciate everybody for coming out. And the comment that Christian made is very important too, because we got to understand that sometimes when we have too much time, especially in spring break and just overall after school, we have to create different programs to keep individuals occupied. Also, the youth needs to be able to exercise and just kind of be out and involved in different activities. So I appreciate you guys coming out.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner. And next, let's go down to Commissioner Walt, District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I echo those comments that it's great to see the younger generations getting involved and stepping out and offer some commentary when they have some to offer. And I think we have a responsibility to listen. So thanks for coming out. Appreciate you taking some time. A couple of comments. The first one, as one of the newer commissioners here, I struggle with something that you guys will probably all get a chuckle out of, but that's all the acronyms that fly around from time to time. And since I've been part of the commission, I sit here sometimes scratching my head listening to all the acronyms flying around. I say that as a former military member, a Marine Corps officer, and so I was also guilty of slinging acronyms around quite a bit myself way back in the day. But the point of it is that it would be really nice if somewhere, without having to dig all the way halfway to the center of the universe, to find a glossary of those terms. Now, I found one, but I had to dig like crazy through the city website, and I got all the way down to the 2015 to 2035 adopted general plan that's actually on the city website. And that's where there was a glossary. Now, interestingly enough, there were a couple of terms that I've learned since I've been in this chair that weren't even on that glossary, so it probably hasn't been updated in a while. And those two terms are PLA, Project Labor Agreement.
Commissioner, can I interrupt really quick? Before the high school students leave, I just wanted to make sure that they know that the Parks and Recreation Department is an amazing place to work. Would like to talk to either Monique, our recreation manager, or Ashley, our senior recreation supervisor, if we can catch you for a couple minutes. In case you have questions about what the best place to work in the world is, please make sure that you talk to one of our staff members so we can get you the information you need. Council just approved raises for all of them. So please, please, please talk to our staff about potential job opportunities before you leave. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'm so sorry. I have to
No, that's
comment on
okay.
that too. It's the highest paid Parks Department in all of Orange County. So.
Oh, my.
My apologies. I'm sorry. I just
No, that's
wanted
okay.
to.
That was a good space for a commercial. I love it. So anyway, back to the glossary. The terms that were missing that I've learned since I've been here were PLA for Project Labor Agreement and CWA for Community Workforce Agreement. So I would actually volunteer my time to help anybody that would be interested in developing a glossary that would stand on its own, that people wouldn't have to go digging through so many different layers on a website to try to find it, because these are terms that are certainly relevant to everything that we do. And so if I can do anything to help move that forward, that would be a blast. The second item has to do with Matt's comment about the remote-controlled aircraft. As a former helicopter pilot and a current Section 107 drone pilot, that would be of interest to me. So to the extent that I can have some involvement in any dialogue pertaining to that, I would offer my time and my service to do that. And that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Wall. And now down to Commissioner Wright. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes. Hi, everyone. My thoughts for today are just reflecting on how full of a month it's been for this department and for staff. I wrote a list of everything you all accomplished this month, actually. So we had a study session on the grants. So that's what we'll be going over today with council. I thought it was fascinating. Great slides and a really great discussion, hearing from council on how they view the unrestricted funds, what their priorities are, and kind of what lens we can apply to choosing to use these grants. We got the increased budget for staff and for the new positions, so congratulations. And I hope you are able to fill those positions. And just, I felt like the sentiment of that vote was gratitude for all your hard work. So congratulations on that. We had the discussion on the fly field and that item. And that meeting went till midnight. So if anybody in the audience or any of my fellow commissioners didn't watch, it was a long-winded debate. It was great to hear from both sides, especially as a newer commissioner. And I would definitely be open to hearing that item in front of us. And there is precedence for that as well. So if you didn't watch it, feel free to go back and do a tally like I did. And then we just had the CIP study session. So that was on Tuesday. That was also extremely engaging. It's so exciting to see everything we have going on and also see where the public gravitated towards when they had the opportunity. So I can't help but feel like it's going to be a really big year for all of us. And I was really excited to see both the grant funds and the community engagement items on today's agenda, because that was exactly what we were talking about last month. And so it was cool to see such quick turnaround. I totally don't mind waiting for Kelly for the next meeting. And kind of just in that vein, the lingering question or kind of thought that I wanted to get on everyone's radar from the last meeting was some clarification of what the desired role of our commission is. So we are kind of a non-voting body of government, and we all pretty much volunteer to be on this commission because we love the city, we want to participate and kind of be this place for the public to engage with you all. But I do feel like there's been even personal confusion of like, where does our role fit with the CIP projects, all that project management? Are we merely here to kind of relay what we're seeing from council and their priorities? Is there anything that you would like us to be doing, to be going like above and beyond with the public? And also, you know, when I first started, it was also like, just please come to all of our events and participate. So I think as an ongoing conversation with so many unprecedented funds and new projects, some clarity on how we can best be utilized and what do you all envision is the role of this commission is kind of what I'm looking for. And so to close this out, I would also like to wish Commissioner Dorn Parker happy birthday. She's been a mentor to me. She's a public servant to this city for many years, and I look up to her very much. So thanks for listening, and I look forward to our meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. And let's turn it over to the birthday woman herself, Commissioner Dorn Parker.
Birthday girl, please. First, I want to thank my fellow commissioners. Last time, due to the new rules, I was unable to opt in. I was out at spring training cheering our Angels on to hopefully we have a really good season. So thank you all. Because the new rules are, I had to know the hotel room 72 hours ahead of time so I could post it on the door. Didn't know that, so thank you. Also, in the lane of, we're going to follow up with Council Member Reynolds. Having these students here reminds us who our customers are, and having them provide input of what they would like to see. This is kind of a difficult time for these students, especially the tweener years, and I know, Kelly understands that. They're too old for the elementary school activities, but they may not be ready for some of the high school independence. So I will follow up with Councilmember Reynolds to find out what organization hosted these students in order to learn about government, to find out what exactly would they like to see. And we heard skate parks, we heard activities, we heard soccer, and I know there's opportunities to take in a trailer of a temporary skating ramps and things like this, but I know, we have an incredible staff that's really always trying to engage the community to find out what they want, and I think this is a great opportunity to do that. One of the other areas that everyone knows I'm a broken record with about dogs off leash, and it's been a growing problem, I think. And unfortunately, I wanted to let the other commissioners know I've been in touch with Director Minter. There was a very aggressive dog bite at Harper. And as we said, it's been escalated from knocking over children to, being off leash. So I'm hoping that we can find a crisis temporary solution. We have a lot of our playgrounds that are open, which is what we want. But we have, as we're engaging the community, and I am on the east side, go in and talk to people how they're using our parks. Love Jordan Park and finding out what they need. One of the ideas is, and I know the director has been working with this idea, is try a pilot program where you put a fence around the playground and it protects the children. Having one of my children be what I call, when they were a toddler, a runner, which means that doesn't matter quite what you do, but you think that they're climbing on the whatever play equipment or going down the slide, and you turn around and they're running toward the street. So I would like us to put this on a very aggressive timeline to figure out if we can do some pilot programs, especially at Harper. There's a few of our parks that have a lot of dogs off leash, and I know our law enforcement are trying very hard to figure out that careful dance between carrot and stick. Knowing that, when there's that many dog owners, some of them need education, but some of them are just not really being responsible, understanding what goes on. So this dog bite, a very aggressive dog bite, really brought into focus that it's ramping up, and we need to really, I think as a commission, we need to do something. And I know Commissioner Glad and I have said that because there's parks around where he is, where there's some very large aggressive dogs off leash. So I'm just hoping, so I'll be working on that. And then the other thing is, now that I'm back from a lovely vacation with my mom and sisters and everybody, is the Commissioner Brown and I thought we would tour Fairview Park, because I missed the time when there was that opening for us to go view. Now that there's the ferry shrimp are back, and some of the other areas are now really take an idea of the incredible opportunity we have to around Fairview Park and understanding its jewel that we have. And I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Dorn Parker, for all you do. I'll just add with some brief comments this evening to report on some activities since the last meeting. Thank you to staff, Monique, Jason, and team. You all had a great weekend at Springfest. So did my little one. He got some free Easter eggs too from Miss Thomas. So thank you for that. It was a wonderful event. We also rode the trains at Fairview Park for the first time in March. So that was a special experience. For those of you that don't know, they're the third weekend of the month on this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So we'll be out there riding the trains again. Appreciate the OC Model engineers and all they do. I also had a chance to attend the recent hearings that Commissioner Wright mentioned. There's been a lot happening on the CIP front with the city. And I also met with Jason and Kelly and other stakeholders in Fairview Park to talk about the fly field issue. That's an ongoing issue. And I really appreciate everybody that's engaged on that front. I do want to second what's already been said. I do think it's important for all parties, from a variety of perspectives to weigh in on that issue. So I do look forward to us having input on the item here on PAX so we can have the expertise of folks like Commissioner Wall, who's a pilot himself. Just to highlight a few more issues and developments since our last meeting, I wanted to echo what Commissioner Dorn Parker said about Harper Park. I was pretty alarmed to learn about the dog attack that happened in the park, and I think this builds off, we've heard a number of public input about this topic as well. There's been discussion on the commission about what are immediate and small scale things that can be done that will have a direct impact on this. An idea, and we've even met on the park, out in the parks to discuss this, Rob and Jason. But I do want to once again encourage staff to consider fenced off run areas, just literally fencing off areas of the park so that there is a designated area for dogs to be off leash where they're not mixing with young kids. So we don't have future incidents like what happened in Harper Park. So thank you, Commissioner Dorn Parker, for bringing that to our attention. It also recently came to our attention that there's a huge volume of animals from Costa Mesa that are treated at the Wetlands and Wildlife Care Center. I had the opportunity to learn about the issue recently. So I did want to pose a question to Director Minter and to staff, if you could address this in your report. But based on the recent input that the centers provided the city, given the animals that they're caring for from our parks, is city staff taking that feedback? Are we engaging with them to look at an agreement or anything along that front? So I did want to follow up on those concerns and see what's being done to address that. There's an excellent Daily Pilot article that Sarah Carding wrote that really gives a depth of perspective to the issue. So I think that's a stepping stone for us to take some action on that regard. And then I just wanted to conclude with some reflection and words about the future. Director Minter already mentioned it, but I'm incredibly excited that here in the city of Costa Mesa, there's been a huge push to make it a priority to take care of the staff and all the people that work hard in the Parks and Community Services Department. It was a great council meeting, a busy, packed council meeting where it was discussed into early in the morning, but definitely to echo what Commissioner Wright said, I want to echo that expression of gratitude for the hard work that everybody does. I think we should all be incredibly proud that hourly staff and the people who do and execute our community programs in Costa Mesa are the highest paid of any city parks department in Orange County. Maybe others will catch up. I've heard they might from Director Minter. But if you can help us spread the word about that to the young people in our community, it's an excellent opportunity and excellent pay. So we do want to get the word out about those opportunities, especially to staff up for summer programs. So I'm sure you'll hear more from staff about that later tonight. But in that context, there's some, big thorny issues that are being talked about, by the council. We're going to talk about some of those tonight, the appropriation of grant funds from our elected officials at various levels of government who are, quote unquote, bringing home the bacon to Costa Mesa. It really puts the onus on all of us in this room to focus on delivering on those projects, because it's worth noting before we get into that discussion, it's a significant, the scope of what the city's looking at accomplishing on the capital improvement front, and especially with the parks budget the next few years, is a significant increase from years prior and really reflects the direction that we're going in. But we're starting to hear this theme. You're hearing it from us, you're hearing it from the council, but with this increase in volume, the increase in scale, we're going to be asking for more stakeholder alignment, more updates, more clear timelines on how we can all be aligned on expectations with the volume of these projects. Especially hearing a lot of community input on things like Brentwood Park from those moms. I know we're not going to talk about it tonight, the community outreach agenda item, but something we have to think about with community outreach is what is the measurement of success when we're doing outreach about these projects? And I think a key part of that is when we're talking about something like the Brentwood Park project or the key projects that need to happen in the West Side. Are all the stakeholders aligned on where the project is? I think that's a key metric of success that we should be looking to. So I just wanted to add those thoughts. It's definitely an exciting and historic time for staff in the department, but also a challenging time where we're trying to accomplish a lot. So I did want to speak to that, recognize that, and say we're here to help going forward. So those are my comments tonight. I appreciate everybody else's comments. We'll close commissioner comments at this point and move on to old business, which is the minutes. If there's a motion on the minutes.
So moved, that we would accept minutes as published.
And I'll second the motion. Thank you, Commissioner Wall.
You guys may now vote on your dais. Motion carries 6-0 to approve the March 9th, 2023 minutes for the Parks Commission.
Awesome, thank you. That's our only item of old business. So we'll move on to new business now. An exciting item on our agenda. I also see our friend from Cotty Petrie Norris's office. So we appreciate the Assemblywoman engaging with us here on the city level. But this is the appropriation of grant funds for various park projects, and we will turn it over to Director Minter and Director Setharaman at this point.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Parker, happy birthday. Commissioners, fellow staff members, and the community. Very excited to be here. I'm Raja Setharaman, Public Works Director, to talk about grant funds for park projects. Just want to mention that we are focused on these grant funds tonight, but we'll be coming back to you in May to talk about the larger CIP projects too. As Chair mentioned, the city secured $14.4 million in grants from our elected officials at state and local level, and we really appreciate this contribution. This is unprecedented in our in my term here, which has been a long time. I've been with the city, and we got a significant amount of monies from our state senator, our assemblywoman, and our supervisor. So what we are seeking from you is direction on these projects and how much to allocate for, make it as specific as you can, because that'll help us going to council, and we can put that in the budget. The council did give us some feedback, which I'll share with you, what they are looking for, and then we can go from there. And so as I mentioned, our state senator, David Min, secured $10 million in state grant funding. And he identified 4 specific parks for allocation of funds. And there is some identification of specific projects too in these parks. And the projects are for Jack Hammett Sports Complex, it's LED, converting all the sport field lighting to LED. At Tiwinkle Park, Athletic Complex, again converting all the sport lighting to LED lighting. For Fairview Park, it's bluff stabilization and also mesa restoration. So while the acreages is not specifically identified, these are the specific focus areas, and the improvements at Shalimar Park. So the funding says $10 million for these projects. Now again, the specific allocation is not given, but we have some ideas of what some of the elements cost. For example, the field lighting and some idea for Shalimar, but the rest of it we kind of is open, so we can talk about that. Assemblywoman Cardi Petrie Norris allocated $1.2 million for Ketchum-Leibold Park expansion. So this is very specific. It's for Ketchum-Leibold and it's for the expansion. So there is no debate on where the funds have to be spent. For Supervisor Foley, it's $3.2 million. This is ARPA money that county secured that they allocated to our city. And two specific projects identified were Lions Park Cafe and Costa Mesa Skate Park expansion. Again, there is $1.2 million allocated for Lions Park Cafe and $2 million for the skate park expansion. Let's go to the next slide. So here I'll talk about a little bit more about these projects. And I have Rob Ryan, our maintenance service manager, and also Director Minter here to help me out on these projects, to talk about these projects. So, the Lions Park Cafe is, it was part of the original Lions Park complex projects. As you know, we finished the library, the downtown, the Norma Herzog Community Center, as well as the Lions Park Playground. The cafe was also designed as part of that original project about 6 years ago. So this provides construction funds towards that project. Now, since we designed it back in about 6 years ago, codes have changed, so we have to go back and do some more redesign to make sure that it conforms to the current codes. And also, we understand that there have been some cost escalations, and the project cost could be higher than the $1.2 million in grant funds. So that has to be determined down the road. But that's a project. It is to construct this cafe adjacent to the lawn that's north of the library. And this will provide outdoor dining for people visiting the park, library, or any in that area. And it'll provide another area to revitalize this campus. Skate park expansion. We heard from some of our young community members about skate park. While they're looking at skate park elsewhere in the city, this is specific for the skate park at Tiwinkle Park. This is expansion of that particular skate park. We cannot move this to another location. So there is $2 million allocated for this project. Again, this was a project that was in our radar maybe a few years ago, and we did have some conceptual rendering of this project, but we didn't get to progress much because we didn't have any funding to go forward. So the project will involve design of this expansion, community outreach. We'll be talking to skaters, to the neighborhood, to everybody to talk about what new elements to be included. And there are some examples like pump track or beginning skater elements. So those are some of the ideas. But again, we'll go through significant outreach. And Commissioner Wright talked about what does this committee do? I think you play a very important role in this thing. Actually, when we do any outreach, we bring back that to the commission, actually. That's the first step where we bring it back. and get your blessing on the project. Many times, that is what we use as a final approval, and we go get bids, and the council sees as an award of a contract. An example of that is Tanager Park, or even Jordan Park, the two recent parks that we improved playgrounds. You approved the final, plans for that, and then we just went to council to award the contract. So the council was just going along with what you already recommended. So I think you play a very important role in that. I think all these projects, you'll be seeing them at many, intervals to get your opinion and move forward with the project. Ketchum-Leibold Park, we did some initial outreach on this one. You see $1.5 million. It's because we have 1.2 from Assemblywoman Petrie Norris, but we also have $300,000 in previous state grants that was awarded for this particular project. The project will expand Ketchum-Leibold Park into the beyond the wall that you see there. So that wall will be demolished and reconstructed for closer to the sidewalk. So that'll give us extra square footage for this park, expand it significantly so we can add more play elements. Again, we did some initial outreach, but we'll be doing a lot more of that before we final the design on this one. The next one is LED field lighting. As I mentioned, we have two locations where we need to do this as per the grant from Senator Min. Jack Hammett Sports Complex and Tippingle Athletic Complex. And here you see $1.75 million cost estimate, and that is the price we received from the vendors that we would go with for installing these lights. And those are already authorized vendors, previously approved with cooperative agreement. So we know that that's good price that we can go with. And so that we know the price of that one. And this will provide energy efficient lighting, which will improve reliability of the lighting. Shalimar Park, this definitely needs improvements. Again, there was some discussion of that at council meeting a couple of days ago too on expanding it further if we can take it into the street side. So these are the ideas that will be, again, engaging with the community to talk about what can be done, what are the needs for this park. Again, the grant is restricted to this park, and again, as you can see, it's sandwiched between apartments there. So we are limited in terms of the size, but we'll see what can be done to enhance this park. But it'll be total renovation of this one, and we think $1 million is a reasonable estimate for implementing the improvements in this park. The next one is kind of this is the largest project in our estimate. It's again part of the $10 million, and we can use as much as we can allocate for this project. And the two primary elements are bluff stabilization. As you can see, the top left picture here, the bluffs are eroded. There are some significantly eroded areas that we want to stabilize. And then we also need to restore mesa restoration, again, as much as we can. Again, there is 50, 60 acres of mesa that needs to be restored. Not everything can be done within this grant. So it could be 10 acres. So those are the types of estimates that we'll be securing from our designers, and then move forward. Again, we'll be working with Fairview Park Committee and other stakeholders on this one. Again, you'll see us coming to you on this project too. The third one that you see down below is wetlands improvements that we identified as something that needs improvements. We heard complaints about the water being stagnant and it needs to be circulated. Again, the committee had some comments on that particular project, which we need to continue some more discussions on this one. But again, the thought is to get a recirculation system going there that'll help control mosquito issues and also make sure that the ponds operate as they should. So now there may be, some additional funding that could be available, because if you add the $1.75 million for the lighting and $1 million for Shalimar Park, that leaves about $7.5 million that'll be available for other improvements. Again, Fairview Park will take a large share of that. Maybe 5 or 5.5 million, then, what do we do with the rest? And we did propose some ideas to council. Sorry, I should have said commission direction. But we went to council first, and, we provided all this information. And, our ideas were the amphitheater at Tewinkle Park may need some work, but the council said that's not their priority. The signage at Tewinkle, I think that could use some help. It's a large park, and we want to make sure that we have some good wayfinding signage at Tewinkle Park. The tennis center, we heard about tennis center even yesterday, that it could use some improvements, and it could be restroom, renovation, shade structure, concrete, the surfacing, and also, and definitely the LED at the tennis center. Bark Park, we heard from the council that they are not interested in the turf improvements with this money at this point, but they're more interested in LED upgrades for Bark Park too. Baseball field drainage and batting cage, this is something that we highlighted is required, and we did meet with some members of the community that play baseball there. And also, this was identified by the council as one of their priorities. We talked about the LED upgrades at Tewinkle Tennis Center and Bark Park, and then finally pickleball courts. We proposed this, but the council did not have much interest in pickleball at this point at the tennis center. Now, the last one that you see here is the lakes. The lakes need significant improvement. They are in the loss of water is daily because of the underlying system that is damaged. So we're losing a lot of water every day. And we need a new water treatment system, basically new lake flooring, upgraded pumps, and landscaping. The project is right now, it's under design. We think the design should be done in the next 4 or 5 months. You did see a preliminary report on this one earlier. We'll come back to you when the report is more final. We think the estimate of the project is actually well over $2 million, but we could use any amount to kind of get started on the project, because it's a big investment that needs to happen. So with that, so this page, again, we're focused only on the $10 million from State Senator David Min. And here is recommended allocation. And the first 3 lines are more or less, we know those costs, and we want to set that aside. And the rest of it is open for discussion. Again, as I mentioned, the council did hear about all the projects I mentioned. I'm not sure if you have anything new that you want to add to this, but we can take that into account. But the additional improvements that we have listed, those were the ones that the council recommended that we should pursue. Again, one of the feedback that we got from council quite often in that meeting was, they understand that the project costs are growing, and that we need to set aside some money for contingency. That's something that they did say. And then they recommended fewer projects, but do them better. I think that's the theme that I heard from some of the council members. So they said, keep it small, but make sure that they're done well. That's their feedback. With that, that concludes my presentation, and all of us, we are here to answer any questions you have.
Well, thank you, Raja, and to your whole team. Excellent report, and we appreciate all that you do. If it's okay, at this point, I think it would be appropriate to take public comments. If any members of the public would like to provide your input, we'd love to hear it. And then we'll bring it back up to the commission for questions. So yes, if you'd like to make a public comment, you can line up at either podium at this time. Awesome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Sonia Triana. I didn't come for that in particular, but since that topic came up, I'm very interested in it. I'm a Costa Mesa resident, 33 years in Costa Mesa. I live near Moon Park. I'm also a cyclist, so I'm the one that implemented the lighting under the freeway at Moon Park. If you look at the emails with the council member, I did that a couple of years ago. But my concern right now is this is a lot of money that you guys are getting, and it seems to me there's a lot of the smaller parks that seem to be neglected, and Moon Park in particular is one of them. I've brought that up many times to people. I guess I didn't go to the right avenue to bring that to your attention, but there's that Moon Park, there's the park behind CarMax. It seems like the little parks are totally being neglected, really old equipment. They just don't look good. And so there's been no change since I've been here in 33 years. I mean, one change, but it still looks pretty tacky. So I was hoping that maybe you would look at how you can look at the other parks that are not big parks, like the ones with the fields and all of that. But, some of us don't go to the big fields. So we would still like the parks in our neighborhood to be presentable for when we have visitors from out of town. When I take my little grandkids there, I feel like, we should go somewhere else because it's not impressive, it's not clean either. That's another topic. So I wanted to bring that to your attention and see what you had to say.
Well, thank you for your feedback on Moon Park. We don't typically do back and forth
I
during
didn't know.
public comments, so you can share all the input you want with us,
Okay.
and then we'll take that back.
Yeah, well, that's my main thing. Just a one-way then, right? Just a one-way avenue? Okay, perfect. But yeah, I would definitely appreciate it if that could be addressed, not just Moon Park, but maybe all the smaller parks, because I do go to all the smaller parks and walk them, and I can really compare them, and I can see that many of them are totally neglected. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that input. That's the good feedback on Moon Park, and Rob's the man right here, so you came to the right place to give that input. Ralph, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to Director Seth Raman. I thought it was a good report on the grant funds. And I'm glad he mentioned that the rest of the balance of the CIP will be coming to this commission next month. But I guess my comment would be next month in May, certainly there will be emphasis on next year's budget, 23-24. But I also urge the commission to take a look at the 5-year forecast for parks in particular. I've looked at the last number of 5-year forecasts, and there's a lot of variations, there's a lot of changes in those forecasts from year to year to year. So take a look at that and make sure you understand those changes or agree to those changes, or maybe want to move some of those priorities around in that 5-year. Because again, there's a lot of changes. I would ask, I won't be here next May, or next meeting. I noticed for Shalimar, I know there's a million from in the min money, but in the out years, in the 5 years, another 3.9 million, I believe. So it's almost in the 5-year forecast, which includes future years. There's 4.9 million, I believe, for Shalimar. And I don't understand, I'm not quite sure where how's the city going to spend 4.9 million for Shalimar? I think it'd be good to understand what that scope is. Is the thinking possibly buy an existing apartment building and demo it and use that for parkland? I have no idea, but I think it'd be a good question to be, what's the scope for that $5 million, for example? Another one is West Side Park Development. 2 years ago, the 5-year forecast showed by 23-24, there would be $6 million set aside for West Side Park Development. In the current 5-year forecast, or the proposed 5-year forecast, I should say, that $6 million went away. So does everybody understand that, or is this commission in agreement with that? So I urge you to take a look at the 5-year forecast in addition to the proposed CIP for just 23-24. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback, Ralph. We appreciate hearing from you. Ms. Fatou, are there any members of the public on Zoom that would like to comment on this?
Yes, I have Andy Campbell. Andy Campbell, you may now speak.
All right, thank you. Just accounting for delay. I'm hoping you can hear me, commissioners. Thank you for recognizing me. Hopefully you all recognize my name. I don't know if you're seeing my video, but I'm the current Fairview Park Steering Commissioner or Committee Chair. Sorry for misspeak there. Just want to raise 3 quick points having to do with the capital improvement projects. One is, what is our purpose as committees and commissions in reviewing these capital improvement projects? And the steering committee really wants projects to be successful. So we want the ability to review these projects early. Our current committee purpose is to provide some input to projects through the Measure AA process. And we really would like to see projects before they get complete so that they can pass and be built and make our park successful. The second point I want to talk about is the restoration process and the projects in this CIP list. One, I want to point out just a small change from last night's meeting. We were presented with about $500,000 for the wetlands, and I think I saw in the presentation today that that's up to $1 million. So I'd like to see if there's some clarification on what that extra $500,000 was brought in for. The restoration projects for the Bluff and the Mesa are important projects for Fairview Park, and they're part of that MIN money that was specifically asked for the restoration. And our committee just recently found, actually, we've had about a 3-year process of evaluating the fly field and determined that it's incompatible with the restoration of the park. There's damage that is caused by that activity. And the third thing that I'm going to speak about tonight is I'm going to send you some documentation. One is the 3-year process, meeting by meeting discussions that the steering committee had in the fly field evaluation. So you can see that we did a very thorough evaluation of this process, and we consistently engaged the Harbor Soaring Society. And keep in mind that it's not just them, there are other flyers, and we need to keep that in mind, that other flyers have to be on board with this process, not just Harbor Soaring Society. So hopefully with that documentation, you'll find it valuable in your discussion of that as well. And part of that information I'll send you will be some aerial photos, and I'll kind of point out on those aerial photos where you can see the damage that we would like to restore in this restoration activity, and also prevent from happening again. So thank you very much for your volunteerism, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate the comment.
I see no other Zooms for hands raised. Thank you.
No other Zooms. We will close public comments. Thank you, Ms. Fatou. Appreciate it. I bring it back to the commission. So any commissioner comments or suggestions, this is the time. Ms. Wright, go ahead.
Hello, yes. I actually prepared slides, but before we start, I think a great question would be, could you share how we are determining what parks are in need, whether they're small or big? How do they become eligible for grants, or how are we selecting them?
Thank you, Commissioner. When it comes to the MIN money, which is the topic of tonight's agenda, so we do need to stay on topic and only talk about projects that are related to the MIN money. As Director Seth Rahman said, they are earmarked for those 4 parks. To give you a little background on that, the city prepared about $27 million worth of projects that we were able to present to Senator Min and his staff. The senator had reviewed those projects and basically determined that those 4 locations were the ones that he felt were the greatest priority. So I'm happy to report that of the $27 million in projects that we presented, he chose primarily parks projects as opposed to other active transportation projects or things that were also included in that $27 million worth of projects. So we're very fortunate, as Director Seth Rahman said, that these are all park-related projects, but they were selected by the senator and with a focus on sustainability and really providing impact to the public at those 4 locations.
Wonderful. So for today's sake, that was how they were selected, but I've even heard council discuss maybe with the CIP projects, that could be a better opportunity for the public to share feedback on smaller parks. Would you say that's correct?
Absolutely.
Cool.
And I think the commission, as mentioned earlier, Raja and his team will be back in May at our May meeting to talk about the full CIP as it relates to park-related projects, and additional input on those smaller projects and stuff would be welcome at that meeting.
Wonderful. Awesome. I thought that was relevant for the public commenter. Okay, great. Would love to share my slides with you all. So some context, I didn't know we were going to have the same presentation from the council study session, but I liked them so much that I wanted to make sure everybody saw them. So we can skip to slide 3, if that sounds good to you. Okay, so these are the projects that are put in front of us for feedback. And I actually didn't know that it was going to come before us to give feedback, so I actually went ahead and did an online survey, and so wanted to share my findings and also kind of my mentality / analysis that went into doing the survey. So the first one was to making it a little bit more palatable to the public. I actually broke it down into themes, 3 themes for them to vote on. I did take what I felt council was signaling they wanted to prioritize, and then I also did a little bit of budgeting on my own part. So to start us off, the first theme that my survey participants were able to vote on, if you could click on the next slide, was sports facilities. Specifically, the baseball field and tennis center renovations seem to be of most need, totaling to 1.1 million. So that's option number 1. Next slide for option number 2 was Tewinkle Park. Specifically, I was hearing a lot of confidence in the need for the lake renovations. And then the new signage that also totals to 1.1 million. And then the third option that the survey participants were offered was Bark Park. So grass improvements and new lights totaling to 530K. Then the next takeaway, so kind of broke it into 3 themes. And I did not involve the public in this, but I thought it would be valuable for my fellow commissioners to see the next slide and kind of how I was thinking about projects. So in the discussion with council, you could see how different opinions could cause different priorities, right? Maybe personal experiences or their vision for what's the purpose of these grants. And this was kind of the quadrants that I was seeing them debate for you all to also think about on your own. So from projects being accessible to all, maybe in a free public space, to maybe being a little bit more exclusive, but revenue generating. And then also on the other axis, short-term projects versus long-term projects. And so to give you a better idea of what I'm talking about, on the next slide, this is kind of what I mean in relation to the project. So I actually think it's really interesting that they kind of booted Bark Park turf improvements, because one could argue that it is somewhat exclusive as a project due to the fact that you likely need to own a dog to participate in it, and it's more of a short-term project in the sense that it's a cosmetic enhancement. On the other hand, it seemed very clear to me that Tewinkle lake improvements are both highly accessible to all. Everyone has taken prom photos there or gone on a date there. And it's infrastructure, right? So it's highly long-term minded, and then you kind of have sports right in the middle. So I thought that this was a really helpful matrix. This was how I prepared my feedback for you all today, and these are the 3 categories that I personally am recommending. However, I'm not here to just share my personal feelings. I'm also here to get creative and include the public in feedback. And so on the next slide, I was able to get 60 Costa Mesa residents to participate in this survey, and it was awesome. So I'm just going to start with the winner, Tewinkle Park, with almost 44% voted that if they could only choose one theme, they would choose the T. Winkle Park renovations. I did boil it down to just the lake and the signage, so they didn't see any other two. They didn't see the amphitheater because I didn't see that really making progress with council. In second place was the sports facilities. So you can see I kind of went a little over budget at 2.73 million. So I would recommend sports facilities as the second priority, and then Bark Park coming in at the end. Also, probably in light of council's recommendations, we can deprioritize that. But I thought it was amazing to be able to share this with the public who really otherwise wouldn't have known about all these funds, and I really enjoyed creating this type of more ingestible summary of our funds. So hope that is helpful to you all, and I hope that it gives a helpful framework for my peers to give feedback, because it is a little bit overwhelming to take it all in, right? It's $3 million or upwards, more of $3 million. So yes, that is all I have for today. Thank you.
What method did you use to conduct this survey?
I used, so I kind of built a community when I ran for office. So I used Facebook and Instagram, but on my kind of government account. So yeah.
Very good.
Thank you for sharing that, Commissioner Wright. That was excellent. And I hope Raja and nothing but helpful. Awesome. Any other commissioner comments? Vice Chair, go ahead.
So I want to make sure everybody else has a chance because I have quite a bit. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. That was great to get that information. So I was there for a bit of the council, and understanding that I heard the same thing, which is let's do the projects very well. Let's not do anything halfway or three-quarters. This is kind of a once-in-a-generation opportunity. And so, like you, I really did. I didn't put it in that quadrant, so to speak, but I really did. So I had a couple questions for the staff. I'm kind of going from Supervisor Foley's, the exact one, because I know she was part of the council when they decided on the cafe, and there was a project idea, but I know that there's a $600,000 deficit. So I don't know if the staff has looked at possibly changing so it fits within the grant funding. It might mean a little change in the cafe structure, its service, you know, what it's meant to do, because we know construction costs and inflation have gone up. So I'd like that to be explored a little bit more so we can fit within the grant. And I know the supervisor really would like that going because it's innovative. You can also utilize it to have entrepreneurs maybe start a coffee shop that then they can move to another part of the city, have that be utilized with community events and things. So I'd like to explore that instead of moving to stick with that, because we're all reviewing, and I understand that's what's happening across the board. So if you look at, and then also the Assemblywoman, incredible that she heard many of us saying the city identified this park as a high need in the west side. And the one question, the one concern was there's no money, there's no money, there's no money. Well, now there's money. So I appreciate that, and I would like to be part of having the community be re-engaged, because I was there. That was like one of my first day on the job, was going out and understanding, and they did a good job. But I also would like to seeing these students here, that I know we had the engagement. I know we're going to talk long-term when Commissioner Brown is back with us. How are we going to do that engagement? Should we be back at the school? The school is this base where a lot of families relate to. And instead of being at the park, maybe work within the school so the families who are familiar with the school setting will come there and provide the input. So I'd love to understand that more, because this is a one-time opportunity that we didn't think we'd have the money. And I appreciate that there's going to be an extra $300,000 from CIP, so that way we can really rethink that. Then we get down now to the senator. So we've identified a significant need. You know, we have the sort of the shorter term investment, as Commissioner White talked about, the lights, which is improving the lighting, which is safety, security, but it's also less, utilities we're going to have to pay. It's really, it's significant to be able to have those. But then we move down into the Fairview Park. And this is a thing that we do have this Fairview Park Steering Committee. I heard, let's figure out what Fairview Park really needs beside the stabilization and obviously the restoration. But this park is in desperate need of community being helped to understand how to use it to save the park long term, to save and mitigate the impact. So I don't know, I would prefer to see us spend more money on trails, significant trail signs, basically identify where the community can run mountain bike and where they can't, and also do identifying post and education on why. We have a good example what they did at the Back Bay. I also, since I've been out camping a lot or RVing, out visiting all these state parks and local parks, and how do they do this? How do they restore and maintain these precious resources, but at the same time allow access? I know they had the ferry park up in Morro Bay. I can't remember the other park I went to out by Monterey, where they had a lot of the same public impact that was, they kept sort of restoring it over and over again without any long-term solutions. But they've come, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I would like more money instead of going to pieces here. The other one is Shalimar. I don't think $1 million is enough. I don't believe that's really going to serve the community for the way in which they require. That is such an underparked, open-spaced community that I would like more of the resources going there, so that we don't sort of needle it and say, okay, we'll do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, that we really engage more in that space. And I think the speaker was right. I think some of the original idea was to expand the park, to remove housing, but that's really, now we're here in 2023. Housing removal is not really what I think the council would be going for, and maintain what the state needs. So that's my input, and use our CIP to work on the smaller parks, because we've now been relieved of some of these investments we've been needing to make little by little, and that our elected officials, our state senator, our assembly member, and our and our supervisor have heard loudly, and they've invested. But I think we need to really stick to what the priorities. I know the state senator really heard about Fairview Park and the need to restore and revitalize, and what our commissioner has said here, right? How do we make sure it's done so it's a long-term investment that starts a new way we utilize our parks, that we don't have to keep needling at the edges? So I really appreciate the public's input. And I know we're going to be looking at CIP, and I will be looking at that 5-year to understand how it's changed, because it does change from year to year. So I think, unfortunately, I love pickleball courts, but I have to go with what the council says, because they're the elected officials. I'm a pickleball girl. I think we need to invest in pickleball courts, because that is the growingest, from little young people to us old people love pickleball, but I'm willing to let that go. So I'm willing to let that go for right now, but I'll still be asking, should pickleball parks go in? So anyway, so that's my overall belief, and I heard the council, and I don't disagree with them, and I really want to make sure we do this well. We have this once-in-a-generation opportunity to really restore, because the senator really picked out Fairview Park, and I just think that money is so needed long-term. So that's it. And I apologize for the length, but that's it.
Chair, can I make a quick comment on that? I know it's really difficult to know that the full CIP discussion is coming in May, and only talk about a portion of it. There are projects that are already funded for signage and trails and educational improvements, and that's not part of the discussion tonight, but hopefully when the discussion comes back next month, a lot of this will tie more in together. And then I believe Raja will talk more about the 5-year budgeting process, because it's important to know what that means, but that would have to be discussed at the next meeting.
I understand that, but I also understand sometimes, because the CIP process has way more limited budgeting, and we also don't know what's really going to happen in 23, 24 with the state and the economy and the recession. So it's sort of like a bird in the hand is better than worrying about the bird in the bush. So it'd be great if we can move it all together, knowing that CIP part that may not really be funded for a year or two can then be set aside with the now money. So that I know there's a layer to that, but I also know kind of what happens with the CIP, especially because that's based on budgeting and year-to-year revenue stream.
And for the acronym Bible that we'll be creating, CIP is Capital Improvement Program. Okay, good.
Thank you, Commissioner Dorn Parker, for that feedback.
Question?
Commissioner Wall, go ahead.
And this is just a quick one for Raja. I know it came up in the city council meeting, not the last one, but the one before that we were attending, and that was addressing the issue of cost overruns because everything's gotten more expensive, and it looked like there were well-defined estimates versus what you believe to be the cost, but with the amount of time that's lapsed since this was first put in place, I think it's fair to assume that things have gotten more expensive, and so just wanting to feel comfortable that we've accommodated the potential for those cost increases in what we've got, so we don't get halfway down the road and find out that, oh gee, we don't have enough money, because that could be a problem.
Yes, Commissioner Wall, it's important that we keep that in mind. I think these are starting at the ground floor now with the design, so we will be controlling the costs and making sure that we stay within the budgets. And I think the monies that we have for Ketchum-Leibold, I think we are very comfortable that we will be. And with respect to the LED lighting, we have the estimates which are pretty much set, and those are the costs. The others are more fluid as to what we can do with Fairview Park. Again, as you know, this is decisive we are with the projects. I think it'll help us in limiting the scope of those projects. You know, we don't want to be doing too much, trying to do too much, and then realizing we don't have money for everything. So if we can restore certain areas, we can focus on those areas and make sure that they are done within the budget. And you know, I just want to, Vice Chair, want to point out there are two documents that are coming down the road, not the CIP, but those are more long-term documents. One is the Open Space Master Plan, and the other one is the Fairview Park Master Plan itself. These plans do give you a very good picture of how things should be funded over time. And then we need to work with the budgets at that point to make sure that we follow some kind of process to get those in the funding plan. But they will guide on what needs to be done, both of these plans.
And then just one more, the cafe as it's been defined, I remember that there was also some discussion about seeking a partnership that could help defray some of the costs associated with that. Is that still in conversation, or?
Commissioner Wall, there was a discussion of that for the golf course restaurant.
Oh, okay.
So that was the one that I think Mayor was talking about.
My bad.
I mean, that's definitely a good suggestion, and it's now, you know, something to explore.
Thanks.
I just wanted to thank you for the report. It was very clear, and I was able to understand a lot. I was able to meet with Melissa, the coordinator for Think Together, that lives right across from, well, the location is right across from Shalimar Park. And she said that there was a big collaboration when this park was made. So it was Kaboom, the nonprofit. It was through the city and Think Together. So Melissa told me that you can reapply for grants and to make changes or upgrades. So that will really help with financial burden. So you can reach out to Kaboom. They will contact back. And I feel like there might be something there that you can tap into that can be beneficial. I think the best approach to this is to include the residents as soon as possible, even if you don't have an idea. Right now, I'm a Shalimar resident almost for 20 years, and I'm in contact with about 200 individuals there just in Shalimar. And I feel like if we can have multiple meetings before the decision is made and hold them accountable to maintain that park, that's going to go way beyond than having to restore damages, and so we can take ownership of this. So if the more you include the residents, the more likely you'll have a successful park. This is in the long run. So I think that's something that I wanted to mention. We want to make sure we include the community and the youth. They're going to grow up, they're going to be able to use the park, and we want to make sure it's safe. Also, when you showed the pictures, half of the park wasn't there. The backside, I've noticed when I was looking at the picture, you only showed a playground, but that was just half of the park. The other side that is not shown on the screen is actually not very pleasant to look at. It's an abandoned lot with a trellis in the back it has termites and it's about to fall down. And then they've stolen the benches before, and then I believe the city removed the benches, so there's no sitting areas in the back. I've talked to the community and they've given me different ideas, so we can have a meeting outside of this. I would love to share that information.
Definitely.
Did you want to respond to that, Raja?
No, Commissioner Arcos, that definitely, yeah, we will be working with the community from the very outset. So we already engaged a consultant that will be helping us in that effort. So we are going to set up these meetings shortly. So, these projects, I didn't mention this, but they have a short turnaround. I think the state projects have until 2025, end of 2025 to be completed, and I think the supervisor Foley's project has 2026. So it's a short time frame for us to get these done, and that was one of our themes to our council, is that because of this aggressive grant funding deadlines, our focus is going to be these projects, and we limited the other projects to significantly, and we did even and we mentioned to the council that we're going to tackle this in 2 phases, the whole CIP, and this is all phase 1, which means this is what we'll be focused on right from get-go, which is July 1, but we might get started even earlier on Shalimar Park and Ketchum-Leibold Park, actually, because we have some legwork that we need to do on those 2. So yeah, we heard the same, what you mentioned, and the entire park is part of the project. So it's not that what the picture doesn't show it. Yeah, everything is part of the project.
Yeah, the more we're informed, I think the better decision we can make. We have a lot of resources within our community that have graduated. We actually have one that just got his his bar exam. He just passed. He's 25. His name is Esteban Ortiz. And we also have one, his name is Jose Avance. He went to Harvard right after high school. So we have so much potential there that we can reach out to and collaborate. This is my main focus, is collaboration, so we can make something, improve it as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Excellent comments. Any other questions? All right, well, I'll round us out. I have just a few questions, comments. Thank you again, Raja. I see our city engineer back there, Mr. Yang. I know your hand's in some of this too, so thank you. But I just wanted to follow up on a point that Commissioner Wall raised, especially in the context of the discussion that the mayor initiated at the study session. And I think that's actually an excellent idea and an excellent potential opportunity with the cafe at Lions Park, because I don't imagine that the city is going to be getting into the restaurant business and running that cafe ourselves, is it? No. So I maybe think that given that the comments we've heard, and to your point, about costs and there's just this limited amount of money, but a fantastic opportunity with the space. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity to engage a restaurateur, especially if we want a coffee shop to be there long term, 15, 20 years. Let's get them involved early in the process, and then they too may be incentivized to make investments into the space, and that'll help the city with that fund. So what do you think about that idea, Raja?
Yeah, Chair, definitely. I think it's something that I'll be talking to our city manager, and then we'll go from there.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It's reminding me that I had the pleasure of traveling to Italy. And one of the things the small little communities do in Tuscany, they turn the same facility in the morning for coffee and, and treats, lunches, sandwich, and evenings as bar. So the same facility is used multi-tiers. Not that we'd have a bar at the park, but there is this, well, you have to talk to ABC. It's pretty tough to have a bar in the, being from the restaurateur side of life. But so I didn't mean to interrupt, but as you brought that up, there's wonderful other examples of small communities and small spaces really utilizing the same space for multiple layers. So that was interesting. It's so fun. I didn't even think about that, but in the little town we were staying in for a week, it was wonderful. We had coffee, then we went around and got our sandwich, and then had a glass of wine, all in the same space. And they were run by two different, in these three towns, they were run by two different entrepreneurs that shared space. So good idea.
Lots of good things we can do after the meeting as well. Commissioner Wright has something to add to that. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't have, well, I've also been to Europe and participated in that, but I do have a question. So now that we've provided feedback, will a summary of this be provided to council and then they're going to do a final vote, or will it be a more rolling basis as, pricing and all that gets decided?
So Commissioner Wright, yeah, your feedback is very consistent with the council recommendation. So we will be taking this back to council, putting some dollars next to it, and then have council provide us the final approval as part of the budget process.
Do you want to talk about the schedule? I think is it May 9th is a budget study session, correct? Isn't that the target?
So May 9th is, but it's more focused on the operating budget. We did the CIP budget presentation to the council. So the next time the CIP would be as part of the June deliberations. If we heard anything different from you other than what council recommended, we would have to probably take it back to council earlier. But I think most likely we will fold everything as part of the council approval, and they can adopt as part of the budget.
Helpful context. Thank you for sharing that. But yeah, I just wanted to add that idea about Lions Park, help with the funds there. The discussion about adding a batting cage, I want to agree with some of the consensus that maybe that's not a super long-term need, but I also wanted to bring that up in the context. This is an issue I've talked about with Rob and Director Minter in the past. There's already a batting cage. It looks like at one point in time, not too long ago, was a beautiful batting cage, but it's been, and it's right adjacent to city property. It's on the school district's side of the fence. But I imagine it's governed by the joint use agreement between the city and the school district. But this batting cage at Jordan Park has fallen into total disrepair. So I do want to pose the question, do we need new batting cages, or do we need to take care of the batting cages that we already have in our community? And maybe that's a question for the sports league that has the agreement that runs that batting cage, but I just wanted to raise that point to reinforce what's already been said. In terms of the tennis center improvements, I just wanted to add to that discussion. So Raja and Jason, have you guys read about the recent project that Newport Beach is undertaking with their tennis club? And they're adding pickleball. Yeah, you're a little bit familiar. It's okay. I'm not going to ask you. Obviously, that's Newport Beach. I'm not going to ask you about that. But we do like to compete with our neighbors, right? We can't let Newport Beach own the pickleball conversation. So I wanted to encourage that as part of ongoing conversations. Even if it's not allocated with this grant fund, are there ways, similar to what we just talked about with the cafe, if a vendor is going to be there long term, and pickleball, given its explosion in popularity in the community, I'm sure all of us have experienced that, but maybe the vendor, if the city can't make those investments, can we get the vendor to make those investments to add that capacity at the park?
Chair Rutherford, I think this is, again, an important discussion, but it could be had as part of the open space master plan. I mean, there are projects in there that you'll be recommending, right? So it'll be identifying the vision for the city. And I think there could be opportunities to add elements like that, and once it's part of that plan, then it it becomes part of a funding or programming cycle.
And to comment further on that, we are trying to finish up the RFP or request for proposals that was done with the tennis center. We're hoping to target one of the first meetings in June, or the first meeting in June, to bring that back. Currently, it's still in the finance department. They oversee the request for proposal process. There was previous funding identified in the capital improvement program last year to do court resurfacing, so there is money already set aside for that portion of the project. The discussion today was more for additional improvements that could include upgrades to the pro shop, the restrooms, the lockers, things like that. We talked about the LED lighting for the tennis center. On the agenda for this, the min money was the possibility of adding additional pickleball courts, but as we look to solidify an agreement with the new tennis center operator to figure out how they would like to incorporate pickleball in the current 12-court configuration, and maybe additional courts wouldn't be necessary. So there's a lot of different things in play with the tennis center.
Well, I appreciate those updates. You're running the ball down the field, so I just wanted to lend our support for that, to pickleball in that process. You mentioned restrooms, though, Jason, and I wrote that down here with an exclamation mark. I think we can all agree that restrooms are the most essential, one of the most essential amenities at our public parks, especially if you have a little one and you go to the park for a few hours. Have fun if there's no bathroom at the park. So I did want to ask, within this scope, and I think we heard that from the council as well, so I wanted to voice support for that, but any extra, or if it's not with this and it frees up funds in the CIP process, I do think taking care of our restrooms, maybe even starting with the ones at T-Winkle as part of this process, is definitely an urgent need that needs to be addressed. And some of the restrooms are in quite a sore state of disrepair, so I hope I'm sure it's already on your radar. There's on the list, but I think that should be a top priority as well. We heard also from Chair Campbell of the Fairview Park Steering Committee. I do appreciate his expertise weighing in on things, but I did want to address the comment in the context of the conversation we're having here tonight about project management and how do we keep stakeholders aligned in a process, and what does success look like? And I think this is a good example of maybe what success doesn't look like when we have a process that's taken so long with the fly field, 3 years and half a dozen meetings at the Fairview Park Steering Committee, and there's still not a consensus. There's still people at loggerheads with community groups when what we need the process to do is bring people together and create alignment. So I think that's a good example for how a project and a process should be managed a lot differently, managed much more efficiently to achieve a shorter timeline and keep all of our community stakeholders engaged in the process. And I just bring that up as a theme, with these, because this is quite public now, right? This money's been reported in the press now, and we're having a hearing to discuss it. So you're probably going to be hearing about folks, about these projects from time to time going forward. The wonderful folks who have joined us tonight here in the chambers. So I think, I guess my question is, what are the strategies that you think should be used with the increase in funding to keep all of the stakeholders aligned? Even if the next update on the project is not going to be, for some time because there's different prioritization, what strategies do you think, or what new strategies can we try to keep stakeholders, especially with some of these large projects where there's going to be a ton of community members weighing in? What are strategies we can use to keep everybody aligned on the process with different community engagement opportunities? And I think that builds off Commissioner Garcia's point as well.
So the exciting thing about these projects are that everybody recognizes the need for implementing these projects, right? So I think it's so all these projects are important to different parts of the community. So the Shalimar Park, of course, to the residents there, Fairview Park to the larger community, to the steering committee, and to you commission. So when we start these projects, we will be doing a continuous engagement on these things. We'll be updating them periodically through at meetings and through city snapshots and through other ways, so that committee is engaged. So everyone knows where we are with these projects, and they have a very short deadlines to get these done. So we need everybody's support to make sure that we come to consensus quickly and we move forward. Otherwise, we are at risk of losing grant funds. So we don't want to be in that position. And we have done complex projects before, so this is not that that we cannot do this one. The library projects were $30 million, and once we had an understanding of what we need, we just went through that process fairly quickly. So we'll be engaged throughout the process. We'll be doing it frequently and making sure that we are all on the same page.
I appreciate that, Raja. I'm going to ask a follow-up to Director Minter because a lot of community members ask you about park project updates, Jason. So what do you, given this increase in scope and project activity for the next few years, what are additional strategies that we can use here on the commission to relay those updates or help keep stakeholders in alignment with this volume of activity on the CIP front?
In terms of engagement, I think like Raja said, there are some of our tried and true staples about, how we do community engagement. He mentioned, the City Hall snapshot, using our social media channels where possible. Despite the short timeline, it is the process for design, for construction isn't always an exciting one. Design often takes 6 months to a year for some of the more complex projects. So we can't promise exciting updates every month, but we really want to try to focus on when there's an update or when there is information that we want to gather from the community. And I think that's, talking earlier about the roles of the commissioners is to engage, each of your stakeholders. I think for the most part, you were appointed or in the past had been appointed by district, and really kind of start blurring those lines so that we look at the city and all projects as a whole. I think, that's one of the best ways to do outreach. We've mentioned attending events, and it's not just to attend events. It's while you're there to engage the public and talk about some of the upcoming projects. I think the director's report will be, a monthly way for me to relay updates either from the Public Works team or, our Fairview Park team or whatever to, the status of projects. The tough part is we post the agenda usually a week before, and sometimes things change. Other times it seems like there's no update for a couple of months, a few months. So, I think it can be trying for some people. Unfortunately, we outlive some of the public interest. They get bored of waiting. So we wanted to try not to do that. And, I think the agenda report that was pulled tonight that will come back in May talks about different outreach opportunities. And I think what staff's goal from each of you as commissioners that might have a different viewpoint and different constituents that you work with is what's the best way for us to communicate with them. We know that the methods that we have may not always work, and that's what we'd really like to hear from the group. So whether it's working with a group like SOY, the Save Our Youth Center, or working with the Boys and Girls Club, or working with other committees. So that's the feedback that we want to get from the commissioners and from the community at that outreach discussion. And one of the reasons we brought it forward in such a short timeline was because I thought it was really valuable for the commissioners to weigh in on that prior to doing some of the outreach that's coming. Officially now, none of these are projects yet, so there isn't a lot to update now, but once the council takes action, hopefully at that first meeting in June, there is going to be a little bit of a delay while, we're organizing and trying to finalize consultants and do potentially more requests for proposals. And that process isn't always very exciting. It's about publishing dates, putting the proposals out to the community, having them go through that review process, submitting their proposals. That can sometimes take weeks. If anyone's following the tennis center, we started that quite a few months ago. And there's been a lot of back and forth on the tennis center. So I can't promise that every month is going to be exciting, but we do want to make sure that we focus on the exciting times and the opportunities to engage the public. So I look forward to that coming back in May to really help guide that engagement process.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Those are my comments. So yeah, thank you again, Raja. Exciting stuff. I know it's probably a little overwhelming for you guys sometimes, but I think you'll be very proud when you look back at what you've accomplished with these projects. I think you'll be damn proud. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Chair Rutherford. I think the city, everyone will be very proud of this one. I think it's an important project. All these projects are important for the city. And just want to, on Ketchum, Leibold, and Shalimar, we are advancing some of the outreach. So we'll let you know when meetings are scheduled so that you'll be aware of them and attend them if you can. But we might be starting them a little earlier than later. So.
That's great news. Thank you. Seeing no closing commissioner comments, anybody else? All right. So Raja, thank you again. I hope you've gotten some good feedback tonight to include. And so that concludes our discussion of new business item 1, appropriation of grant funds with feedback provided to your team. The next item of new, Director Minter, anything else to add on that? Awesome. All right, the next item of new business, yeah, Christian, go ahead.
When you do the outreach, I would appreciate if you have someone that can translate, or I can translate for you, but it would be better if you have someone from the city directly. That would benefit everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So yes, we're now on to new business item 2, tree removal request at 2722 Sandpiper Drive. Thank you for waiting patiently. Hope you at least enjoyed the discussion tonight. So I know we have a staff presentation, and then we'd love to hear you speak to the item. But first, we're going to have Rob give a presentation, and then we'll turn it over to you. So Mr. Ryan, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Rutherford. Happy birthday to Vice Chair Dorn Parker. Commissioners, the next item before you is a request for removal of the city tree located within the public right-of-way of 2722 Sandpiper Drive. The applicant contacted Maintenance and Services Department on March 13th, 2023, requesting the removal. The applicant reported the tree was causing allergy issues, and the tree dropped an excessive amount of pine needles, flowers, pollen, and other debris throughout his property, which causes an undue burden to keep clean. The applicant felt that the tree should be removed as a Category 2 accelerated removal. The city arborist inspected the tree, found no justification for removal at staff level. The tree is not considered a problem tree species. It doesn't appear to be producing an unusual amount of litter that would be expected from this type of tree. The tree did not appear to be causing any significant impacts to public or private property infrastructure, nor did it appear to be causing unreasonable impacts on the property owner where it's located. Public Works Director did review the request and agreed with staff's recommendation that did not meet the criteria for a Category 2 accelerated removal. The applicant was notified of the findings and did request that the tree be presented tonight to the PAX Commission for consideration as a Category 3 discretionary removal. A little bit of background, some work orders were discovered during the process. You have those before you in Attachment 3. In October of 2017, Maintenance Services received a request to have the tree trimmed. The arborist at that time evaluated the tree and determined the tree did not need to be trimmed at the time. In April of 2018, Maintenance Services received another request to have the tree trimmed. The city arborist did perform another evaluation, and the tree was trimmed in June of 2018. In September of 2018, the resident requested additional trimming. The city arborist did perform an evaluation of the tree and did approve additional trimming, which was performed in December of 2018. On October of 2021, the resident reported that roots from the city tree had created some lifts in the asphalt below the tree. City staff responded and performed a dig out and repair of the affected area. Some additional history, the request to have this tree removed has been presented to the Commission on 2 prior occasions. Those are in Attachments 4 and 5 in your packet. On January 24th, 2019, the commission denied the request for the removal by a vote of 5-0. And October 29th of 2021, the commission also denied the request for removal by a vote of 5-1. The tree was inspected. It's approximately 45 to 60 feet in height. It's healthy, relatively pest-free, and in good condition. The tree was last maintained on December 10th of 2018. The surrounding area was inspected. There was no significant signs of pine needles or other debris on the ground, no obvious signs of sap on the sidewalk or asphalt beneath the tree at the time of inspection. The two photos on the left are from 2021. The two on the right are from March of this year. I have some photos that the applicant provided. You can see from left to right, I'll do some description. I'm sure Mr. Green can provide additional description when he has the opportunity. You can see in the upper left is some flowers that pine trees produce. The one in the middle appears to be some pine pollen on a vacuum filter. You see some more there on the far right. And obviously in the bottom left-hand corner, pine needle debris in the front yard and what appears to be a drain in that middle picture.
Sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah.
Rob. No, it just worked. There was a little bit of delay in your
Oh,
slides.
I'm sorry.
No, oh yeah, okay. Oh wait, it's jumping from I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
That's
and
okay.
I think we're okay now though. We're on the right slide.
So can you see the green title with the applicant photos?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. You need a few minutes to?
We're good.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No. These are additional photos. Would be the header in an orange color. The next slide. Again, some pine needles in the curb and gutter. Appears to be a roof gutter on the corner of a block wall. It's completely normal and natural for pines to shred their old needles as part of the growth habit. And one would expect to find a significant amount of needles following wind or rain events. The next few slides contain additional photos provided by the applicant. He stated that the debris was following a rain and wind event on April 4th. He did share it took him 7 hours to clean up. Most of these photos on this first slide do show some flowers from the pine that have fallen. And again, more flowers on this slide. And the same on this slide. You'll notice probably less pine needle at this time of year, and it seems that for better or for worse, most of the pine needles fell at the time for the first few slides there. Again, while pines do produce a considerable amount of pollen, it's clearly visible. You can see in those original pictures. They produce that at certain times of the year. Pine pollen is generally not considered highly allergenic. Most individuals who do suffer from allergies from pine pollen are also affected by grass pollen and other pollens in the area. I think it's worth noting that there are 3 other pine trees that are growing within less than 100 feet of the applicant's residence. There are additional pine trees located further down the block. These trees may be contributing to the amount of pollen and debris that's winding up in the applicant's yard and throughout his residence. The city-owned tree located in the parkway of 2722 Sandpiper Drive is healthy. It's in good condition, has been maintained on a regular schedule, does not appear to be producing an unusual amount of litter or debris for the type of tree. The removal of this tree most likely not alleviate any allergy issues, as there are numerous other sources of allergens on the property and surrounding area. The root issues in the sidewalk and asphalt have been addressed, and there are no existing concerns regarding liability or infrastructure. Therefore, staff would recommend that the commission deny the request to remove the tree. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Great presentation as always. Now, I think at this point, we'll turn it over to the applicant. If you'd like to address the commission, the podium mic is on. Traditionally, you have 3 minutes, but you can have up to 5 if you'd like.
Well, thank you for taking time to listen. I guess I wanted to, in the beginning of my talk, I get 3 minutes, right? Try to differentiate between my situation and the situation of everyone else on my street. And that would be a lot. There's 7 pine trees, right? 5 of them are on the opposite side of the street. And 1 of them is on my side of the street, my next door neighbor to the north. Our single-story house is dwarfed by the city's pine tree in our parkway and is roughly 4 times as high as my house, and only 8 steps from the house. The tree is approximately 80 feet high and 40 feet across, and I've done the measurements on that. Offshore winds. Now, this is the other thing. Offshore winds, that would be the southwesterly winds coming in through that tree, blow dirt and filth, pine needles, pods, greenish yellow pollen regularly onto several areas of my property. The pictures that I gave Robert were meant to show you the different areas of my property where all this debris goes. And it's not just the front yard, it's not just the front patio or the planter area or the driveway. It's over the roof into the courtyard area where there's actually the roof opens up, and it just drowns that area in there with debris and crazy stuff. One of those pictures, yeah, this one right here, you can see it. Can they see that? What you're looking at there? That's the courtyard on the right there. And do you see that? I have 2 shop vacs. I have 3 blowers. There is a tremendous amount of filth in there. And before I knew better, I got extremely sick for a couple of months, coughing, and I didn't know why. I thought I had COVID. It was during the pandemic. But actually, I didn't have COVID. It was a result of me blowing this stuff up into the air and then breathing it. So I don't do that anymore. I double up a mask when I do this. That other picture right there, you see the drain being clogged up by these little wormy things and all these pots? That's a problem, guys, and that's not just happening in that type of a drain on the ground right there. It's happening in my downspouts. It's happening in my rain gutters. I have rain gutters all over the house, and it's just happening everywhere because that tree dwarfs my house. The other tree that I mentioned is that it's on the same side of the street that I'm on that actually gets a little bit of those southwesterly winds because his tree is offset a little bit towards the north of his property. His house is a 2-story house. His house is not dwarfed by his tree. His tree is a lot smaller than mine, too. So what I'm saying to you guys is when you make a decision tonight, treat my situation as a special instance or an instance that is unique. Because there's nobody else on the street that has the same situation as I do. I'm getting hammered with stuff like this all the time. Today's winds were really mild. I just had a little bit of stuff on my property from today's winds. But on April 4th, I worked 7.5 hours, and I didn't even get it all at the end of 7.5 hours. I worked on it all day. And those pictures were given to Robert Ryan today. Those types of winds come up about once a month. And you see that wheelbarrow, that trash can right there? That's the same debris going all the way down. Those little brown noodle things, mostly in that can right there. And I still didn't get them all. These things are embedded in my lawn. I can't get them out. And that's the reason I'm waiting to install artificial grass. I want this tree removed before I put the artificial grass in because I just know it's gonna ruin my new hardscape, my new landscape. I'm gonna leave it up to you. I know I'm out of time.
If you'd like to add any closing comments, you can have time. If you'd like to add any closing comments, you can have extra time.
I originally thought accelerated removals was the way to go with this because of Category 2, the point that says the tree is causing unreasonable impacts on the property owner where it is located. It is the location, it's the size, it's the girth, and it's the winds, and it's the size of my house. Those things are all causing the problem. But I believe the city staff is recommending a discretionary removal. And in closing, I want to present you guys with the full amount of money that it's going to take to do this. Okay, I've got it written. I'll give it to Mr. Ryan tonight. Okay, it'll be paid for the entire, and that includes the three trees to be planted, $1,336.20. And it just shows you my sincerity. That's all. That's all I got.
Well, Bruce, thank you for your time tonight and your spirited address of the commission. I think I was the only one here when this was back before us, so I will let the other commissioners ask questions, but I just wanted to share 2 points just to help explain my thinking. The first is I do empathize. I have to take a ton of medication every time there's pollen in the air. Otherwise, I'm all clogged up and I can barely breathe. So I definitely empathize with that concern. As Mr. Ryan noted, there's a lot of pine trees on the street and in the neighborhood. Just to share a personal anecdote, my mom's house is surrounded by pine trees. Actually, these pine trees are little babies compared to those ones. Pine trees can get up to 250 feet tall. And so that some of those pines are 100 to 200 feet tall. And so, yes, as young boys, we got our butts kicked raking up those leaves. She has a cabin up in Idlewild. Sure, but I just wanted to share that as reference. It's typical for trees to get, it's typical for trees to get this big, but I appreciate, your address. And now we'll turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Wall, go ahead.
Quick question. It looked like from the last time that tree was trimmed, there's been a fair lapse of time to 2023. Am I correct? 5 years. 5 years. So would trimming that tree again be a viable option? I mean, I'm trying to find some workable middle ground here and just trying to find a way to make this thing work.
Yes, Commissioner Wall. Our typical trimming schedule is 3 to 5 years, so that tree would typically be due for trimming within this year.
Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
I have questions for the applicant to understand the scope of burden that it has been on you. So how often would you say you clean the debris?
How often?
Mm-hmm.
The real bad debris that you see, those pictures right there, about once a month.
Turn on his mic again.
Those winds really blow. I mean, we definitely are in a windy area down there. And other than that, the winds just mildly blow. And I'm out there with a blower and I get off my driveway and I'm good, I mean, in the courtyard, I have a vacuum. I have a shop vac. So I do that about once every other day. And in the backyard, I use a blower about once every other day. But when it comes to that real severe stuff like that, about once a month. And I have to get up on the roof. I get up on a ladder. My wife will attest to this. It's not that safe to do this, but I get up on a ladder and I clean out the gutters and I clean out all that stuff up there because it goes onto my roof and it gets caught up there. And then over time, it gets blown off my roof and it appears as though it's just kind of, I don't know, appearing on the ground, but it's actually being blown off the roof because it stays on the roof. Sometimes I'll get up on the roof.
So a light cleaning every other day and
Every
a
other
deep
day I'm out
clean
there
once a month.
Blowing, and then the severe part, maybe once a month like that, when it really blows, yeah.
And about 7 hours was the most recent.
Say it again?
About 7 hours was the most recent shift.
April 4th, wow, those were some winds. 7.5 hours I was out there. she'll attest to this. And just trying to keep it out of the drains, the downspouts, the gutters, all that stuff. It's a burden, guys. It's really bad.
Can you share a little bit more about the turf installation as well? Are you being held back from doing it because of the debris or because of the roots underneath?
The roots, what was the question again?
What's holding you back from installing the turf? The grass.
Yeah, the artificial grass. What's holding me back? Well, if I was to install that grass, what we would find is that all that debris would come down onto that artificial turf and get embedded down in there. I wouldn't be able to get it off.
To blow it?
No, because it would sink. That stuff, it's crazy, man. There's some really crazy stuff coming out of that pine tree. Those little brown noodle things, sometimes they disintegrate. It wouldn't work out. So I'm waiting and I'm hoping, and I got my fingers crossed that you guys will approve this tonight.
My next question is, when you bought the house, was there any previous record of complaints from the previous owners? Were you given a disclaimer?
Yeah, I tell you what was going on there. They only had rain gutters in one area, and that was inside of that courtyard. And they were full, packed, compacted. They weren't operating. And the drains were clogged. And I wondered about it. And I just thought, okay, I'll just redo everything. So I did. I redid everything. All of it is, I actually improved the property quite a bit in spring of 19 with drains, gutters, downspouts, all that stuff. There's even covers on the gutters, and those little stupid little noodles, they get down inside of the covers into my rain gutters. I have to remove the lids, scrape out all that crap, because otherwise it just clogs itself up at the end. There's a lot of work going on here. And I have to get up on the ladder to do all that stuff.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wright, sorry, do you mind if I chime in actually and just make sure we open this up if there's any other members of the public who wanted to speak on this before we officially close public comment? If that's okay, Bruce?
I'm okay.
Awesome. So, Laura, could we ask if there's any members of the public on Zoom that would like to comment on this item?
I wanted to comment, or I had questions for him. Am I allowed?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Commissioner. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure we got through public comment as it's
Okay.
a business
You want to
item.
do that first?
Yeah, we can do public comment first.
If there are any members of the public who wish to speak, please raise your hand on Zoom. Chair, there is no hands raised.
Awesome. Okay, sorry about that. We'll bring it back to the commission now. Go ahead.
All right. Hi, Mr. Green.
Yes, hello.
So I was here in October 2021 when you, for the last request, and I spoke with you afterwards, and you'd mentioned that you had prescriptions or doctor's notes in the last presentation that wasn't added. Was that correct?
I think what you're referring to is that I mentioned to you.
Can you go back to the mic, Mr. Green?
I think I remember the visit, and we talked about me getting sick for a couple of months there, and I had to go to the doctor and see if I had COVID, and basically he said no, and they referred me to an allergist who gave me the steroid inhaler, and that helped, and I'm still using that on occasion, especially when I start breathing that pollen that comes into that courtyard and all that area.
But were those notes added? From what I remember, did you add?
I don't remember
Okay.
that part. I don't remember notes being added or anything like that.
All right. And Mr. Ryan, if he were to have any doctor's notes or medications, is that something the city takes into consideration, the health and well-being of the resident, if he were to have a doctor's note? Or does that not? not matter?
So Commissioner Glab, that information was included in that original request. There was photos included of the medication and the prescription in that original request. It's on
But I
attachment
don't remember
5.
it being in the presentation.
It probably was not included in the presentation, and these are generally a matter of public record, and so we wouldn't generally talk about those in public, but it was a part of your informational packet that you did receive.
Okay. That was the last one from 2021.
I believe that was, yes, October 2021. It's attachment 5.
Okay.
It was a consideration. We did talk about that pine pollen is generally not considered an allergen. That people that do suffer from pine pollen allergies do also suffer from other allergies such as grass, which is pretty common in the area. And our feeling at the time and currently is that the removal of this singular tree would probably not alleviate those issues, as there are quite a few other pine trees, grass, other pollutants, or I'm sorry, other allergens in and around the area. So it was considered.
And then, Mr. Green, the drain, is that in the street or is that on your property, the picture?
The drain?
Yeah, the picture of the drain.
The drain. Yeah, it's on my property.
Oh, it's on your property?
It's in the
Okay.
front yard.
Okay.
I've got one in the courtyard. I've got one in the front yard. That one in the front yard is not the only drain in there. There's a drain that goes the entire length of that wall on the inside, and that gets clogged up too. It's one of those 1-inch wide by 2-inch deep type plastic bendable drains that I don't even. I mean, I don't know. I just try to keep it clean.
Mr. Ryan, is the resident responsible for all the pine needles along the street there in front of the parkway on the curb? Or is that?
I pulled
I
all
was asking
those
Mr.
needles
Ryan.
off of my lawn and put them there, and then I took a picture.
Oh.
Okay, I raked them all down.
Okay.
Okay.
But I was just at, Mr. Ryan, go ahead. Did you hear my question?
Oh.
I did. I think you're asking if the pine needles are in the curb and gutter area, is that the responsibility of the city?
Yes.
And yes, the city would come on a weekly basis and sweep that area.
Okay, so that's weekly and he doesn't have to call or request that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I can just, Mr. Green, I'm sorry to jump in, but traditionally we don't do back and forth. Traditionally we hear, you have as much time as you want to speak, but then the commission's going to deliberate, and if folks want to call on you to clarify, we will definitely do so, but I appreciate your consideration of that. Thank you. Mr. Glapp, go ahead.
Mr. Ryan, how many times does the arborist come out to check on that tree? Does he only come out one time? Or does he come out like on other times just to see if there's any changes in the debris?
The trees are inspected on a regular basis, usually around the time of trimming, when we receive calls. I think from the work orders, we've probably been out there a few times a year in preparation for this particular report and previous reports. The certified arborist went out and inspected at least on 2 occasions. I myself went out and inspected in previous reports on at least 2 occasions just to try to get an idea of the debris that's out there.
And one more question, Mr. Ryan. Does the city come along and can they give him any recommendations as to how to combat all these things? Does the city come alongside of him and say, okay, well, we want to help you with all these issues you're having with the debris? No?
Typically, the maintenance of the applicant's yard and his residence is his responsibility. So no, the city wouldn't have any programs or responsibility with those aspects.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
I also had a comment. We can always look at the bad side of this, but there's also positive sides. I'm sure that it's shading your home in the summer. And I noticed that this tree is very mature. It's beautiful. And I noticed that on June 7th, 2018, it was pruned. December 10th, 2018, the same year, it was pruned. And I noticed from the pictures that there was lignotubers coming out from the base. That's a sign of stress, which I really discourage that you prune it more than once I think the way you do it from West Coast Arborists is every 3 to 5 years. I think that's very, very much what we want to practice. And so there is a lot of benefits that trees bring to us. Maybe if we can prune it once more, that would be ideal for the shedding of the leaves, the pine needles. But these trees are very beneficial to us. You got to remember and consider that as well. It's been established there. I believe it's at least 60 years old. So it's been there before my time, before many people's times. So I just want to make you all understand that there's benefits to these. And like Rob said, if we remove this tree, there were still other trees around. So do you want us to remove all the trees to, to... Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So those are good questions. And the first point, the tree is very beneficial somehow. It produces oxygen, stuff like that. So, and it's beautiful. I agree. However, I think what I would like you to view is that the homeowner and the resident is more important. Okay, my health, my well-being. I'm 70 years old and I'm getting up on ladders in the roof to clean the debris, okay? And it's not necessary. And just because it's beautiful, just because it creates oxygen, I'm gonna pay you to plant 3 more trees that can do that too. So I hope that takes care of your question.
I don't think we're going to be able to replace that tree with 3 immature trees. That's just a comment that I want to bring out. And I think we can find a solution to this without the removal of the tree. Also, I noticed that you wanted to put artificial grass. The compaction of the root, the feeding roots at the base of the tree, they will be disturbed. And if you put in DG to put in the artificial grass, because I know from experience, I've been in the industry for 15 years, so you have to remove about 4 inches. So you're gonna be removing a lot of that structure roots. So if you do that, if you move forward with that project, that tree is more likely to fall down because you're disturbing the structure of the tree. Just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for those points. I think I'll chime in off that because Christian is an arborist. He does this for a living. I was raised with a set of values from parents who are environmentalists, and I try to embody the same in whatever way that we can. And really, I think we have a strong track record on this commission of only approving tree denials that are for a health and safety reason, and if the tree is not healthy. And I think for a number of reasons that you've heard tonight, but trees are considered a piece of our public health infrastructure. And I'm sorry that this tree is inconveniencing you. So I think we will definitely take action tonight to have staff work with you to prune it, do whatever we can to reduce let's see if we can do that first, reduce the impact from the tree as it is right now before we go 0 to 100 and kill the tree, right? I think let's at least try that to the point that's been discussed tonight, because this tree is a valuable piece of the public health infrastructure of the city. One tree can take up to, hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of tons of CO2 out of the atmosphere every year. So unfortunately, it creates, perhaps one negative experience, but I think we need to take care of all the trees in our city and only remove trees when it's absolutely necessary, because I think that's the best track record and the best approach going forward to protect our environment for future generations. So I know this is just one tree. Unfortunately, it's not going to go the way, at least I don't prefer to remove the tree, but I would like to recommend and have the commission consider that we approve staff recommendation, relying on the expertise of our city, but also work with you, Bruce, hearing your concerns, and Mr. Ryan's team can work with you to prune the tree and do whatever we can to support you in taking care of those impacts without having to kill the tree and remove that piece of infrastructure. So that would be my preference tonight for thoughts. Vice Chair Dorn Parker.
Yeah. I can really appreciate, I've lived in our home now on the east side for a lot of years. Some of the trees we planted, some our neighbors have planted, and as they're maturing, these trees, one of the worst decisions we made, or the best decisions, we put in liquid amber. You want to talk a mess, and seed pods and spiky balls, and also there's a pine tree back there. So I can recognize the amount of work as absolutely I understand, as we have an impact of a tree next to us that it's in our neighbor's yard that we would love to take out, but we can't. I really am very hesitant to remove any healthy trees, but I really think our staff here maybe can do a little bit more to work alongside to figure out a way to mitigate some of the impact and the tree trimming. And I don't know, our commissioner here is an arborist, and we have somebody who comes in our backyard to help us with the trees. I know it's at our expense. And having horrible allergies like you, it's horrible. And the winds can't do anything, but I need to let you know that it's hard to be with mature trees all around you that have lots of pollen and have lots of debris that come out at you, especially the ones that drop their leaves and their spiky balls and everything else, and the sap that ends up on our dogs, and on our Adirondack chairs. So I just want to let you know that it's tough having mature trees that are overhead, and it's really hard to have to maintain this. And I'm just really hesitant, I know professionally and personally, to remove healthy trees. Having had to take out a diseased huge tree out of our backyard, that was terrible, but we had to do it because it was diseased, and to replace it with even a 25, I can't remember the size when they have to come with a crane. 20, is it like a crane, a big, huge bucket, and try to replace that? It's not the same thing. So, yeah, thank you.
One last thought. I think Rob commented that based on the time from the last trimming to now, it would be due this year. Perhaps we could look at some of the other adjacent trees, because I heard mentioned that there were other pine trees in the immediate area. And maybe if we took them as a bunch and trimmed them, that might help. I mean, they were all trimmed in the last 3 weeks.
Bruce, do you mind if I ask that you just take a little bit easy on the back and forth with us? Because I appreciate all your perspective, but traditionally we don't do the back and forth at this point. So thank you for your understanding.
I have a clarifying question about the difference between category 2 and 3, and how you would suggest that we weigh the criteria. Because category 3 feels pretty qualitative, just assessing the situation, versus category 2 is more applicant related.
So the biggest difference is that category 3 is a discretionary removal, which is up to this body as to whether they want to approve that or not, whether they see fit, given the parameters are under category 3. Category 2 has specific criteria to it that I read in the beginning, that the Public Works Director has authority to remove the tree under a category 2, meeting those specific criteria.
So your purview specifically, whereas category 3 is actually related to us.
Correct. And category 1 would be at the discretion of the city arborist, and that's typically if it's dead, diseased, or dying.
I saw in 2019 that the commission was given the opportunity to qualify it as category 2. Have there been basically new findings since then to shift it to category 3?
No, there's been no new findings to shift it to a category 3. I think category 2 was provided as an option to the commission, but typically the commission would vote on a category 3 or not. You can always look at the criteria for category 2 and find that it meets that criteria and still have it removed under category 3, a discretionary removal. It's really open for the PACS Commission to consider all the criteria that's presented before them.
Great, thank you. I guess for my peers, I thought that this was being presented as a category 2, and although I struggle, we're speaking. So we're gonna deliberate, and then we'll kind of address you. And I'm being flexible. I thought it was coming as a category 2, and I do feel that there are subjective grounds for category 2, but that's the struggle, right? Is what's the precedence here for words like significantly greater or impacting surrounding property or unreasonable impact? In my mind, after a 4-year journey of grievances, I do see that I wouldn't want to be in their position. And, you know, it's a difficult scenario when you buy a home and this is city property, so it's not in your control. And so I would be open to entertaining maybe a 6-month collaborative window with the city to try and come up with solutions, and then possibly revisiting this sooner than the 1-year parameter when we deny people their requests. I know that's a little bit outside of the ordinary, but I would like to explore at what point will we entertain these. Okay, so actually a thought that I wanted to share when Chair Rutherford shared his personal experience with trees or his personal views on it, the way I view our job is to uphold the tree removal policy, regardless of our personal beliefs on trees. That's why we're here, right? Is to look at the existing policy in place and resolve grievances between staff and the public. It's our job to think outside of the box and try and see where there's room and compromise on both ends. So to me, that seems to be the best solution I can offer, is not giving in fully now, possibly giving more time for a solution-based approach, and then allowing the applicant to return sooner than the 1-year mark, now that this is their 3rd time in front of us, right? So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Wright. I do appreciate your perspective greatly. I think this is a tough one. And you know what? I'm going to lean on the expertise of Mr. Garcia Arcos, our resident arborist on the commission. But I do think when we look at the track record of how staff in the city have addressed trees, how the commission has addressed trees, just plainly, this doesn't meet the need or the conditions, the requirements in the city code. And honestly, I think it's tough for us up here to deal with these because Mr. Ryan oversees, perhaps hundreds of, maybe in your career, tens of thousands of trees requests. And, we only see a tiny sliver of those because, it's usually pretty black. Correct me if I'm wrong, but to our arborists in the room, it's usually pretty black and white if a tree is healthy and should stay alive, or if there's a serious issue, a health issue, a safety hazard. Would you say that, Mr. Ryan? It's usually pretty clear based on the arborist expertise.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rutherford. At any given time, we have over 400 open work orders in progress for the city arborist. Generally, about 25% of those, or 100, are requests to inspect or assess a tree or tree concern. And so out of that, maybe 100 a year, we present, I want to say maybe a handful to the commission that aren't resolved at staff level, maybe 8 in a 12-month period. I'm guessing, but I don't think we generally have one per month, but maybe 6 to 8 per year that come before the commission. So most are generally handled at staff level.
Wow. Well, your team does a lot of work, so I do appreciate that. I know you also have arborists on your staff, so we appreciate what they do. But I just wanted to share that as part of my thought process. I think it's important for us to stick with precedent, and especially with some of the environmental concerns and the crisis our planet is facing right now. I think sticking on this course of having a strong track record of keeping healthy trees in our community, I think we have a clear precedent of doing that. And I'm sorry that you couldn't get the removal, or I'm sorry that I don't support the removal that you want based on the evidence. I don't think the evidence clearly necessitates a removal, but I do think there is an opportunity for the city to work with you to lessen the impact of the tree, as has been discussed tonight. So I'd love to hear any other thoughts, but I would like to make I would definitely like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, but also direct staff to work with you to prune the tree and do whatever do whatever we can to reduce the impacts with trimming, et cetera, without removing and killing the tree.
Chair,
Vice Chair.
can I ask, because what I'd like is to close the loop, is sort of the Commissioner Wright would look for, is if we're going to deny the approval right now and ask the staff to work with the residents on, a little bit mitigating or maybe supporting, education. I have no idea what it involves, but that we have a time frame that loop back by 6 months. Because then I know the staff is very overwhelmed to ask them to do it immediately and try to figure this out. So I'd like to close the loop a little bit so that we can maybe get a report back of what the status is of the tree trim and the communication with the residents as to how to help support the mitigation.
Sure. I think that's open discussion because Commissioner Wright and I think that's a very wise suggestion, but given the conversation we just had, not an hour ago, about the scale of work really exciting projects that the city is trying to undertake right now, and staff is incredibly burdened with time, and I am skeptical about adding something like this to the workload when I do think there's an opportunity for us to be decisive based on evidence.
So if I understand you right, you're recommending that we deny the tree removal. So would you take a friendly amendment that we have within 6 months, the staff to come back and do an update?
I'll take a friendly amendment, sure.
Okay, I'd like to make that friendly amendment.
Okay, cool. So it's been moved and seconded with a friendly amendment. Is that okay with you, Ms. Fatua? Awesome. So we
Commissioner
will.
Rutherford, if I could just interject, if it's,
Please.
If the request is denied outright, then city policy would not permit us to bring it back for another year. We'd be happy to provide a report. We'd be happy to schedule the trimming, try to get the trimming done within that time frame.
I think that's appropriate. Is that appropriate, Vice Chair Dorn Parker?
Yeah, that's
6
my friendly
months?
amendment, is to close the loop, confirm the trimming, confirm working with the resident, knowing that then it would be a year from now that if the resident isn't satisfied or feels that it didn't help, that they have the opportunity to come back.
Awesome. I appreciate that. So I think we are doing what we can within the limits of our own precedent that we've set as a body, but I think staff is going to work with you to address those concerns in that motion. So if we could call the question, that would be wonderful.
Commissioners may now vote on your dais. Commissioner Wright. Motion carries 3-3. Did not.
Oh, so it looks like we're deadlocked on that motion. So yeah, at this time it does look like we should have some more discussion.
So can we clarify that the vote is two-part, to deny, to confirm, because it's confusing, it's like a double negative. So the vote, yes, is to confirm staff report to deny the residents' request to remove the tree. And then to also ask the staff to come back in 6 months. Okay.
I think based on that, we should do a revote, if that's okay. Just see if anybody.
Did that make sense? Because
Yeah.
you're voting on a negative. It's a deck of negative, so yeah.
Makes sense now.
Few moments.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it.
Can you clarify that again?
So, okay, I'll clarify. So what we're voting on is, the motion before us is to vote with staff to deny the removal of the tree with the request that the staff comes back within 6 months to clarify the tree trim and working with the resident, understanding that this would allow the resident to come back in a year to request, if they're not satisfied, to request the tree removal. So we're supporting the staff's request to deny the tree removal right now, with the added friendly amendment to have the tree, make sure it's trimmed, and to work with the resident. And come back to us with, the staff to come back with us within 6 months with that update.
So a yes vote is to deny the removal.
And a no vote is disagreeing with that decision.
Correct.
No vote is to allow the tree removal. Yes.
Okay. Same
So-
motions, correct? I just,
So we're revoting because it wasn't clear the first time?
It sounded like one commissioner mistakenly voted the other way, so we are just going to do a procedural revote.
Well, you could do it that way, or just remake the motion and revote and see if a vote changes.
Sorry, yes, so I do think we just did that. Liz, appreciate our vice chair clarifying the original motion. It helped me understand it as well. And now we're gonna.
It feels like we're revoting just so we can get your results.
I think
That's how I see it.
It was more my fault. I put a no and I wanted to put yes because of the misconfusion. So I apologize about that.
Thank you. So just to clarify, because I know there's some heated, but we actually, I believe, had a consensus on the original vote, but Commissioner Garcia Arcos didn't clearly understand the motion, and as you just shared, you intended to vote the other way. Thank you. So I do think it's appropriate to call for a procedural revote.
all commissioners may vote on the dais. Motion carries 4-2 to approve staff recommendation and the amendment, friendly amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Green. I know not the outcome you wanted, but we do appreciate your patience. I do want to encourage you to work with Mr. Ryan's team. He has an excellent team. They do excellent work in our community and in our parks, so I'm sure they can reduce the impacts of some of those trees. But that's going to carry us on to new business item number 3, community gardens.
Chair, would you like to take a brief recess?
Yeah.
Like a 5-minute, just a very quick, because I know we have public in attendance, so as short as possible, but I think a couple people might appreciate it.
Okay, sure. A couple minutes of recess. And then I do know we have community gardens users here, so thank you for your patience.
For people in the public, restrooms can be found through this door on the right.
All right, thank you, everybody. We are back from a brief recess, and we're going to wrap this up. Our last item of new business, and then the monthly reports. So now we are going to have a community gardens update. Director Minter, the floor is yours.
Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Senior Recreation Supervisor Ashley Thomas.
Ashley Thomas.
And she has a
Thank you.
presentation for you if you'd like to switch to presentation mode.
Good evening, commissioners. First and foremost, I would like to thank some of our current gardeners that are in the audience tonight. Did you ever think you'd have an exciting night full of park projects and grant funding and trees? We truly appreciate your engagement and you being here tonight. With that being said, I have the opportunity to provide you with a brief community gardens update. Costa Mesa has 2 community gardens managed and operated by the city. The Del Mar Community Garden, established in 2003, is located at 170 Del Mar Street and consists of 57 parcels.
I'm sorry. Our computers are glitching up here
Oh.
again. So we can't see, we don't see what's on that screen.
Yeah, mine is doing it too. It just kind of flashes briefly. It was working earlier. Can we reboot the system, Laura?
My apologies.
No problem.
But I can't see what you're.
Sure.
I'm so sorry then to interrupt your flow, Ms. Thomas, but it is it does make it hard to follow your presentation. So do you think actually maybe we could get a couple of public comments and then see if we could fix the slides, or is that okay?
Director Mentor, are you open to that?
Of course. I think all of
Yes,
ours
Chair.
are doing it.
Does yours look, no?
Mine looks perfect. Mine looks like this slide up here, the TV up top.
Yes, it's all glitchy.
Oh, yeah, well, that one looks
Commissioners, are you
clean.
able to see the screen up top okay? I know it's
can.
quite small.
Yeah, we can, can everybody see it okay?
They do if we have to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry? Gotcha.
So, I mean, another option, I believe all the monitors in the chambers are working properly. If the commissioners, I'm not gonna turn them, but if the commissioners want to, just for the presentation, go into the chambers and watch the presentation. It'd only take a few minutes. I think it's about 10 slides. And then everybody can retake their seats, and
Okay.
I'll stay here just to monitor the progress, and I've seen the presentation already.
Drop back 10 and punt.
Is your screen working?
Perfect. I will resume. All right. Like I mentioned, Costa Mesa has 2 community gardens managed and operated by the city. The Del Mar Community Garden, established in 2003, is located at 170 Del Mar Street and consists of 57 parcels. The Hamilton Community Garden, established in 2014, is located at 523 Hamilton Street and consists of 42 parcels. To be a member of the Costa Mesa Community Gardens, you must be a Costa Mesa resident, abide by the current rules and agreement, actively garden, perform a minimum of 4 community service hours, and remain current with dues and fees. The annual cost to rent a parcel is $60, plus a one-time $20 key deposit and a $100 cleanup deposit. Members may grow vegetables, fruits, flowers, plants for their consumption and use. At this time, all 99 parcels are rented. Again, there's 57 parcels at Del Mar, 42 at Hamilton. There is an extensive wait list for both gardens. Del Mar Garden has 75 to 80 people on the wait list, which is about an average about 2 years at this time. Hamilton Garden has about 40 to 45 people on the wait list, and it has an average of about 9-month wait list, or wait time. The community gardens were designed by the city as a self-governed entity monitored by the Parks and Community Services Department with support provided by one city part-time employee. The city provides irrigation, trash dumpster service, portable restroom service, and tree chipping or mulch deliveries. Gardeners must provide their own gardening tools and materials and abide by the garden rules and agreements. And as you can see on the screen, that is our one part-time city employee, and his name is Tony. On an annual basis, staff explore opportunities to maintain and enhance the gardens. This year, staff performed a major cleanup, disposing of items in the common area deemed as unsafe or unclaimed by a current gardener. Additionally, we purchased and installed new heavy-duty metal gardening hose holders to better organize the shared hoses. You can see a picture of that in the middle in some of our cleanup efforts as well. As indicated by more than 100 interested residents on the wait list, there's a high demand for parcel space. Staff research viable options to increase the number of available parcels within both community gardens. Unfortunately, Hamilton Garden is fully maximized, but there is opportunity at Delmar Garden to increase the number of parcels. Staff are planning to install 12 new garden beds along the exterior walls of the north and south side. These gardens are raised, which can allow access to a variety of potential gardeners. While this does not solve the waiting list issue, it is a positive use of space and an opportunity that doesn't currently exist. Here are a few pictures of some raised garden beds up for consideration. Some are ground level, and then there's others that are elevated garden beds about 2 to 2.5 feet off the ground. In addition to these parcels, staff evaluated an area nearest to Delmar Avenue. This is a large space that currently holds mulch and tools. It has not previously been developed, as the garden parcel has 2 large shade trees that cover the area with shade most of the day. Shaded areas traditionally do not serve as the best gardening parcel, as evident by the back corner of Delmar Garden that has the same issue. So you can see on the slide that there's 2 pictures from 2 different angles of the space that is open and without parcels. Staff have also evaluated the installation of windscreens on the chain link fencing along Delmar Avenue. This would provide more privacy to gardeners and a consistent appearance along Delmar Avenue. Just for a quick note, we've also explored some printed windscreens as well. Additionally, staff assessed the opportunity to add some community benches by recycling former city-branded cement benches, repairing them if necessary, and then commissioning a local artist to paint them. It is staff's recommendation to receive and file this update and to provide feedback on additional garden plots at the Delmar Garden location. At this time, I'd love to entertain any questions, but you will have to return back to the dais to do so. Thank you.
The screens aren't working intermittently, so I don't know if we want to refer to them or not, but we'll see how it goes.
Great report. Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Absolutely.
Let's open public comment at this time. Thank you for your patience again. We'd love to hear your input on how the city can make any improvements. Yeah, please, if you want to come to the podium, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Sonia Triana. I'm here again. So I am at the Delmar Community Garden. I was there a few years ago for several years, and then I released it, and then was on the waiting list to get it again because I had a hand injury and couldn't do the work. So now I'm here because I would like to request that they look at considering some form of bringing in compost through the city, because right now, all our greens go into the trash bin along with regular trash, and it's just hauled away. But I was, as a gardener, avid gardener, the idea of really creating your own compost to use and regenerate into your own garden is like number one thing that gardeners want to do. So to not be able to do that well there at the community garden by just getting rid of all the greenery as waste, wondering why maybe there's no collaboration or interaction with the sanitation department, who takes all our greens, in our trash bins, and they do create compost, because I know once a year I go and grab one bag at the high school, at the estancia, when you're bringing electronics or things to shred, the shredder machine or whatever. And so I thought, well, why can't they bring a large amount of good compost to the community gardens for us to use? Because for me to haul, 10, 15 bags, that's number heavy, number two, expensive, but yet we're giving away all our greenery that we could be composting, or also allowing us to do a large composting on site in the area that is not accessible to sunlight for growing, have maybe an interaction with the University of UCI or somebody else. They have their departments where they can collaborate with you and have their students create some kind of compost system for us that is safe, secure, so that there's not rodents and things getting into it, but yet it's effective, and we have on-site compost. I think that something needs to be done to make it so that we're not just wasting all our greenery. It goes out with the trash bin and we never see it, because we invest a lot into our gardens, and we should be able to turn around and regenerate that into our compost, which is natural, organic. Why are we paying for it when we have it on our property? So that's a question that I have. I wanted to bring it up to make sure that you guys look at other options so that everybody can benefit from it. All the people at each parcel would truly benefit from that. So thank you. Oh, is that it?
Thank you, Sonia. Yeah, we appreciate that feedback.
I'm all dirty because I actually came from the garden. And I have a cabbage in the car if you want me to prove it. But my name is Jean. I've been in Costa Mesa since 1994, and I've been at the Hamilton Garden for a decade-ish. As far as raised beds, not successful. We are doing an organic garden. The biome is not possible. To have an organic fertilizer work, it works with the soil biome to provide nutrients for the plants. You can't do that in a planter. They had 2 installed at the Hamilton Garden as part of a Boy Scout Eagle project. They have never been successful and are being removed. So the raised bed is not a good option if you want to have a successful garden. As far as putting a garden next to a block wall, we are in an alkaline area. Our groundwater is, 8.5 pH, which is very alkaline. You put that next to a block wall, the mortar and the blocks themselves, even after years, increase the alkalinity near them, you will not have a successful garden. Just saying. Shade is bad, alkaline's bad, no biome is bad. What is that? That's about it. But in the second one of the Hamilton Garden, those were my cabbages. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Jean. We appreciate you and Sonia sharing your feedback.
Hi, again. My name's Karina. So I know my fellow gardener also touched on the compost. Because we mostly all live in apartments, and I know that CR&R offers a service to homeowners in Costa Mesa to ship their waste and make it into renewable energy. But as residents in apartments or complexes, we don't have that option. All we have is putting our compost in the big dumpsters. So yeah, like she mentioned, maybe working with an organization to help run our compost system in the community gardens would be more successful. Also, Tony is only a part-time employee that runs 2 community gardens. So if it's really left up to him to run the composting, it hasn't been successful. And another thing I wanted to touch on was at the Hamilton Garden, if you can pull up one of those pictures of the outer view of it, there's a fence basically that we have, the outer part of that fence where it's all that grass, I believe is taken care of from the city, but the lawn is often, a lot of our houseless neighbors end up there. Oftentimes a lot of trash from the community that wants to get rid of their mattresses, their couches, all of that also ends up on that part of the green scape that you can see. So I would really advocate to remove that grass and potentially put native plants to restore that area so we're not wasting water, precious resources, and we can actually, make it an area where it deters a lot of, waste, a lot of the houselessness issue in those areas as well. And just as I was hearing you guys talk about the parks, maybe considering putting a lot of native plants in those parks. I know in the Fairview Park, it did mention that, but also implementing that in all your parks, because it is important that we have native plants that are drought resistant, and including possibly the native people of this land, which are the Hashiman Nation, in that conversation, because they've been taking care of this land for a really long time, and they've done a really amazing job, and they should be included in this conversation because they're the original land takers. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. We appreciate your input.
Hi, my name is Patty Huntley, and I've been in the Hamilton Garden a decade-ish as well. I agree with a lot of what's been said. The one thing I don't really agree with is the screen that's going to be put up on the Hamilton Garden. The reason being is that we do have a very high homeless in the area, and right now they're outside. And I know they do come in from time to time because we find their leftovers of what they brought in with them and didn't want to take out that we clean up. Another thing is the parking there is horrible. If we took some of the green area out, it might be able to be a little bit of parking just on the Charlie Street, but on the Hamilton Street, the native plants and everything, that would be excellent. But that way it might improve some of the parking and the people would be able to get to the garden easier. I know I have a hard time if two people are there already. So, because I do use a walker and walking long distances to the garden just to get in the garden cuts down a lot on the time that I can actually be there gardening. I was also wondering if there was any thought of getting a third garden for the city. With the high-density homing, that's bringing in more people, and you might want to actually get a third garden and have Tony be a full-time person managing all three gardens instead of just the two. It would also cut down the wait list and get a lot more people in. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Patty, for sharing your input. And awesome, we have another public comment. And yeah, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Margaret Clem, and I have been, over 20 years at the Delmar Garden. And I agree with everything that we've been talking about. I'm with her on the whole idea of the green material, even around adding it to the Delmar Street. I don't know if that's a good idea. We have beautiful plants along there now, succulents that are blooming. I'm not sure how that fencing, would be. I mean, certainly from time to time, a thing or two is thrown over there, but it's not really bad. We've already years ago put green screen around the latrine area, you know, because the neighbors complained, and that's fine. That's great. And I also want to second the idea that planters will not work. They will not work. A little raised bed, yes. Oh, but I'm also for the third garden because I'm on that first row where it would impact with the ones that are planned to be put in. And I just don't want to see the aisle get reduced severely. They'd have to make a really long, skinny, but slightly raised. I mean, my garden, I actually moved from the fifth aisle to the first aisle because I had so much shade. I was becoming angry gardener. And so now I'm where I have sun, and I know how important that is. But if we had a third garden, oh my gosh, then we wouldn't have to put these small, narrow additional gardens in, you know, which is going to be an expense. So maybe we can come up with a parcel somewhere. That would be so awesome. So I know we all are here because we love the gardens. And thank you for supporting the gardens. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing your input, Margaret. Seeing no public comments in the chamber, do we have anybody on Zoom that would like to add a comment?
Yes, I have Kenton. Kenton, you may now speak.
Hi, I'd like to thank the commission first for its support of the Community Gardens program, especially for those of us who are renters and have no place to plant fruits and vegetables in a space that we own. This is a really important way to grow food and nutritional security in our community. I'd like to support what my garden neighbors have said about the need for composting in the community garden program. I know that the city of Long Beach has a community compost as well that we might be able to model ours after. I'd also like to reinforce the need for accessibility and parking at both garden locations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kenton.
I have Charlene Ashendorf. Charlene Ashendorf, you may now speak.
Good evening, Chair Rutherford and Commissioners. It's so exciting to see this item before the Commission, as so many of us have seen the numbers for years being impacted in our community. Just a couple of things. Ms. Thomas, a little bit of clarification, if you could, on the thought behind the windscreen. If you're going to do something like that at one or both sites, I'm hoping that perhaps it could have more transparency and perhaps include some kind of artwork. Spruce it up with some art. Also, what is really important is that if you're looking at the Del Mar garden and trying to provide additional space, I don't suggest that we remove the existing trees there, but because of their size and the amount of shade that they do provide, you might want to consider some serious sculpting or trimming of those trees, moving the shared seating back closer to the trees so you can expand some gardening spaces over there. Really looking forward to seeing your support of this staff recommendation, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene. It's wonderful to hear from you. Hope you're doing well.
If there are any other members, please raise your hand. Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Awesome. Thank you. We'll close public comment. Some great input. Appreciate it. And turn it back to the commission at this point for your comments. Commissioner Wall, go ahead.
Thank you. Couple of things. Patty, Margaret, and Kenton all stole my thunder, but I'm going to repeat it anyway just to put it out there. It looks like there's over 90 parcels between the two gardens that are on wait list. And I thought I heard that the average wait time on one of the two of them is about 9 months. Is that correct?
One of the two. The other is 2 years.
2 years.
Yes.
So that means
Or
that
more.
somebody that's waitlisted for Del Mar might pass away before they even get a shot at a gardening plot. And so it begs the question, are we doing anything to find, as they said, the third garden spot, or maybe even a fourth, or maybe even a fifth? I mean, as our population has grown considerably since 2003, when the first one was open, I think it's a fair bet that there is a need by virtue of the wait list that we've seen. But also, I play golf over at the city course, and every time I go by the development center, I think that's what we're calling it now, I see all this open space, and I know that's kind of a hands-off kind of thing, but one of the areas on one of the courses is just got this huge pile of compost, and so it's begging to be developed, or it's obvious that there's something there that they put all their compost there. And I'm just scratching my head saying, we need to be able to find a way to accommodate additional spaces for these gardens. Obviously, the demand is there. We'd probably all be heroes if we were to come up with one more location, let alone 2 or 3. But that's what I wanted to put on the table is, what does it take to find one? What's the process? And how do we get it done? Thanks.
I can try to answer that question. The much discussed open space and recreational program master plan is a great opportunity when we have those discussions to talk about the community needs, and the gardens are discussed, I know, in that report or in that draft report that will be before the commission at some point in the near future. So that is a great opportunity to make it known, not just from the community input side, but to get that message in front of the council.
Director Minter, could you also add on that front? I know we had a discussion about Giesler Park and the easement. Do you think you could provide an update on that at this time?
An update on which, on what?
On
Are we talking about community gardens still?
Yeah, sorry. I had met with Rob and Jason at one point in time at Giesler Park. There is a large vacant open space in the park that's just begging to be reimagined into something else. So whether it's a pickleball court or a community garden or both, but you had reported that there is an easement with SoCal Edison that is potentially blocking us from using the park. So I'm just wondering if there's any other updates on that front, or if we could share that update fully with the community and see if anybody else can help us get to the bottom of that.
I did confirm that there is an Edison easement over on the west side of that park in the open space section. In addition to a portion of it being Edison property that the city is allowed to use as park space, there are power lines that go through that area, and there is an easement necessary to allow Edison access to maintain their power lines. So they may have significant issues with putting permanent features there when they need to get their vehicles and trucks and lifts up and down that corridor to be able to service the power line. So we haven't run any projects or ideas by Edison at this point, but in talking with staff or doing an internal review, that is a major concern with trying to develop anything there. A pickleball court might be more likely than something like a community garden, but it can be explored further if council gives us that direction.
Okay, well, I appreciate that update. I just thought that might be helpful for the folks to know, but I continue to believe that Giesler Park is just begging to be reimagined in terms of that corner of this space. So I think it's prudent that you're looking at it for pickleball or community gardens. I'm not an expert on Edison's easements, but perhaps they could be willing to accommodate something.
Can I have?
Vice Chair Dawn Parker, go ahead.
So one of the questions I have is, all the speakers have said, is that they're apartment dwellers. So I would love to have their input when the open space discussion is happening. My belief, it sounds like, is to look at spaces that are close to higher density, that don't have the opportunity to have their own gardens. So, like, for example, having a community garden where there's a lot of single-family residents would be lovely, but it may not be as well easily, but I would love to hear from the community that utilizes the community gardens and those that are on wait list. So when we look at the open space plans, I would love to understand, and I just got a 5-second schooling on understanding right now on what it really means to have an effective community garden space, composting, sunlight, latrines, sunlight, but and parking, accessibility, bike racks. So I know that it's not just opening up compost, but I love our Commissioner Wall's idea to really, because if there's 90 people on a wait list, that's 2 to 4 years if you take them compounding, there's a need we're not serving. So thank you for thinking creatively underneath the wires with trucks coming through. So thank you.
Well, no, I agree that Geisler may not be ideal for proximity to perhaps the user base, but the one thing it does have is lots of parking. There's never shortage of parking compared to other parks, but other comments? Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
Yes, I have comments. Thank you so much for staying and sharing your expertise. I'm so glad we got to hear directly from you what you're thinking, because, and I know it doesn't possibly work this way, but it sounds like you would trade in the screen on the fences for a compost bin, if you could. All right, cool. I'm hearing some yeses. And then also there's some specifications to the additional plots, right? They're going to have to be skinnier, and they're not recommending raised. They will not be successful. Great, that's great to know. That's exactly what we're looking for. Actually, I have questions about the compost bin. Is that totally in our purview, or would it be helpful for them to go to a sanitary meeting and voice the desire for collaboration?
Sure. Thank you for the question, and I know that Commissioner Walls also had composting questions, so I'd be glad to answer that. First, let me go over what's currently allowed in our community garden about regarding compost. They are allowed, gardeners are allowed to have up to 2 composts, individual composts within their garden that they can take care of. In the past, we had community composting. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. We had lots of rules laid out. Some follow the rules better than others. It was not necessarily staff did our best to step in and take care of what we could. So with that being said, I love the idea of a partnership and bringing in some services with composting. We have a couple gardeners now that do it. We see them bring in like full truckloads, and they share with their neighboring parcels. So it is currently happening. I could dive in more what kind of partnership they currently have, and then see what, as a city, what we can, what kind of services we can partner up with. I love that idea. In addition to that, we had a gardener just recently at a garden work party suggest some bins being placed at the gardens, specifically for organic waste. And then from there, we could work with one of our waste vendors for pickup and whatnot. So I have some research to do, and I could definitely bring that back to our gardeners with some updates regarding composting. So I hope that was helpful. Can you repeat your original question prior to that? I don't know if I answered it.
I think my initial question was just if they had the choice, would they trade in the screen, the fence screen, for compost efforts?
Sure.
On our part.
Let me expand a little bit more. Of course, right? Composting is very important, and we do hear that, absolutely. Let me expand a little bit more on the windscreens. Really, it was just a suggestion at this point, more aesthetically as they're going down the street. We talked about designs. I love Chair Ashendorf's suggestion with the artwork. As a former committee member for the arts, or liaison to the arts, I highly always encourage art everywhere. As you can see, even with the benches that we want to put in place, there has to be an art component to it, absolutely. So with that being said, it's definitely not something that we can remove from the conversation. It was mainly just a suggestion from aesthetically. And, Director Mentor, feel free to chime in.
So what I owed my staff is if the conversation came up about why, I would have to take either credit or fault for bringing that forward. So it sounds like a bad idea, and I'm okay. I'm okay with. Please judge me on my great ideas, not on my bad ones. But yes, that it was while we were trying to address the wait list issue, we did send emails out to gardeners. We posted signs at both gardens inviting gardeners to come to the meeting. We also, I believe, invited people on the wait list just to try to make sure we had a cross section of what would they be willing to take, smaller plot sizes, because as Ashley mentioned, some of the either the raised beds or it would be a smaller plot size or parcel size than the current garden plots that are there. Most likely it would be a reduced rate. So we really just we're trying to get some feedback. I've been to our gardens a couple of times, and I think I made a couple comments to Ashley about, hey, what can we do to kind of clean them up a bit, spruce them up a bit. I think staff, Tony, Ashley, we're listening to some of the gardeners that asked for seating, asked for some of these other amenities. I think composting, Ashley is definitely already aware of. So that's part of the purpose of bringing it before the commission. And when the commissioners asked earlier about what's your role, facilitating discussions like this and being open and to suggestions from the community. And if any of you ever want to go out to a garden, staff can make sure, we'll let you know when Tony, unfortunately he couldn't be here tonight. It would be great to have had Tony. I'm sure he'd have stories to share. But we'll make sure you can get tours of gardens if you want to meet some of the gardeners and talk to them actually at their respective sites. Those are also ways for the commission to be engaged in that outreach process. But yes, it was my idea, the windscreen. I'm sorry. I take it back.
And to add to that, I know we have our professionals out in the audience right now, but I hear it's planting season right now. So the best time, if you would like a tour, highly recommend if you come maybe May, June. Does that sound right out there? Okay, May, June, and we could definitely schedule that, and I'd be happy to give you a tour. Absolutely. In addition to that, if I could quickly just add in one more thing, we did survey all of our local cities as well, kind of hearing out what kind of garden space they have and parcels and what kind of wait list they have. We are not rare. Every city that we contacted said, yes, we have a wait list. It ranged from 10 people all the way to hundreds as well. So with that being said, and then some just said, yes, we have a wait list. We didn't get an exact number. So with that being said, a variety of different cities do have gardens. A handful do not. So we didn't have obviously much information to gather from them. They're all operated very differently. So it was very interesting to kind of go ahead and look into this a little bit more. I was just notified too that Huntington Beach does have a gardens, and that might be a good one to look at as respect to lines and poles and everything. They have some close by as well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
So just some additional thoughts. So for the third space, I also support the trimming concept, or possibly with the advisory board right here. What if we kind of dedicated the shadier spots to be for partial shade vegetation? Definitely not.
There's no group of edibles.
Sure.
Okay, technically I'm not supposed to speak to you actually, so I'm going to pull that back. And Google tells me that would be a bad idea, so just wanted to maybe put it out there as, it would open it up to more people. Sure. Maybe the failure rate will be higher, but at least they'll get to try. And then if it's going to be part of the open spaces master plan, I just wanted to get that all on your radar. I'm open to, dedicating parts of existing parks as a new community garden area. So, I have a bucket list to go to all 30 parks in the city, but if you kind of become that, or if the public becomes that first filter of scouring spaces where they think it might be a good fit, then as we're actually forming and looking at the drafts, that would be a fantastic time to come give public comment, or please email us, because this seems to be such a successful program, clearly a sense of community for you all, and that is what makes parks so vital to community, right? Okay, I think my only final comment is if you ever have any public works requests or trash or cleanup, we do have the My Costa Mesa app that I would recommend you all download. Staff is really good at fixing things quickly. When I'm doing walks and I'm seeing anything, that you could take a picture and then it'll get fixed really quickly. So as far as cleaning the debris and all that, you guys are our eyes on the ground. So yeah, thank you, and please come back as this continues.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Down to District 4.
So I just wanted to share some resources that we have. So if you go to OCC, the horticulture department, Professor Rick, there's Lori and Joe. They actually have their own garden, community garden. And so, so for basically changing the alkaline, so for the soil, to make sure that you have the right pH level for specific plants that you want to plant, they can actually, so what you do is you get a 5-gallon, I mean, I can tell you all about it, but it would be better to talk outside of this. And there's also, it would be nice to connect with the OCC. They have avid gardeners. Right now, they're starting a club, and it's made up of 30 individuals. So they're going to have their first meeting next month. So I can keep you updated with that. I think that's sharing resources and a lot more than that. Myself and my team are actually working with the city of Irvine. So we have connections to get free compost, and it's organic compost. And we can get in bulks. We can get hundreds of yards. So I just wanted to mention that as well. Sharing those resources, if it's permitted for me to go and grab it and share with the community, I would love to do that. That's actually part of it's called Compost Irvine Company. It's in Tierra Verde Industries. It's off of I don't know the streets, but I just know how to get there. But yeah, and also that would be a really big help to make sure that we establish better plants for our community. And also advocate native plants. I think that's a great idea. We gotta make sure that we maintain the water that we have. That's a big resource that we're just draining, and I see that everywhere as I walk through the west side. So we have to have control of water. Another thing is Cynthia Digosta. I think I'm butchering her last name, but we're working with Arlis, and we're trying to bring in the native culture to better educate ourselves on how to better care for our plants. So that's a strategy that maybe I can give you more feedback as we progress with that information. I know Karina was mentioning that specifically, but yeah, I'm super excited. If I can get involved in any way I can, I would love to. This is right up my alley. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner comments or suggestions? Just to follow up, I have a couple questions. Ms. Thomas, I know the composting is already on your radar. Given that we're all here tonight, what's a timeline that the residents can expect in terms of next steps on getting compost options out there?
Absolutely. Well, we would look to work on it immediately, just depending on our partner and their, bandwidth and what abilities we have to partner with them. That will play a huge part in this. But with that being said, we'll start researching immediately, and we could definitely provide an update in the future.
That's awesome. Thank you, Ashley. We already talked about the screen, so thank you, Director Minter. It sounds like that's addressed. I thought the idea of obviously parking is impacted everywhere in the city. The idea to potentially look at creative solutions for parking by the green space, I thought that was a good idea. Karina also made a comment that gave me an idea in terms of replacing the grass with native plants. I don't know if there's any areas where we just have grassland in the city where there's an opportunity maybe to consider it, such as, this is maybe a little bit out of the box, but literally right here on the steps of City Hall, this is just green lawn, and it could be a great location for community. Now, I don't want my council member to kill me for saying this, but it could be a great location for a community garden right here. But just a consideration to bring forward, the land here, or even at other city facilities, like even the downtown rec center or the Balearic Center. So I just wanted to present that as a consideration. And then I just wanted to actually, that was a good point about the recycling. How for apartments in Costa Mesa, there is not separated recycling. My mom mentions it every time she comes to visit, and it's a serious issue, actually. I believe there's recent state legislation that addresses it, but this is a Costa Mesa, so this doesn't actually, this is not under the jurisdiction of the city, but the Costa Mesa Sanitary District is the governing agency that controls the trash contract for the city. They've put it out to bid to CR&R, which only services the single-family homes. That's the contract they oversee. So they bid out, there's a different contract that's for the multifamily. In the case of my complex, that's ware disposal. And I would say they're marginally worse company than CR&R, and they don't have the green waste bins at any properties in the city that they do manage. So I think there's an opportunity for advocacy with the sanitary district. Obviously not super directly related to this item, but I appreciate you bringing that up. And I wanted to share that for all of our awareness as well. So, Ms. Thomas, I also think there was some good feedback on the raised beds. Do you have any thoughts about the raised beds or any other strategies to pursue on that front?
Sure. Our main thoughts were just to give some options. We see both, and so it's good to get some feedback from the public on that. But no additional thoughts on that. Director Mansour, would you like to add anything?
I think it's something we can take the feedback from today, look into some of the composting ideas that were shared, maybe do some more evaluation of the different sites out there and maybe return at a later date. It is a bit of a challenge with only having a part-time staff member out there, but it is something that obviously we brought it to the commission for a reason. If there was some investment to be made, we'd rather, get that feedback now to try to make it using, the current fiscal year's dollars. But if we're not ready to make those purchases, we can hold off until we can do more evaluation. Okay, I appreciate that feedback. A quick note, this gentleman got a raise, right? Is he a senior? Mm-hmm. Senior community services leader, so yes. Like all of our CSLs and senior CSLs, yes, he did. Awesome. Well, on that front, I would like to then formally suggest as part of this input process to maybe consider the grounds of City Hall, of course, pending sign off by our wonderful council members, but I don't know if that's a suggestion that's been batted around. I know Arliss, or Councilmember Reynolds, has a number of other ideas about possible locations in the community. So if this is something that the city is ready to undertake, I think we could really be creative looking at, I know Giesler Park was discussed, maybe not next to rental, but it's close to parking, so easily accessible. So I really would support looking at anywhere else we can have community gardens in the city. Awesome. Well, I think that's the end of this agenda item, so yeah. Christian, go ahead.
I just want to invite everybody. The OCC is going to have a plant sale over tomorrow. So if you want organic tomatoes, 27 different varieties, and just so much more.
Is it over tomorrow? Yes. And tomorrow, go get your tomatoes.
Thank you for sharing that tidbit. Ms. Thomas, do you have the feedback you need, or is there anything else? Awesome. Thank you again for the report and all the work that you do.
Yes. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you to the public.
Awesome. And yes, thank you for creating and bringing life into the community gardens. We appreciate what you do, so thank you. So that, and agenda item number 4, just to reiterate, community outreach was moved to the next meeting. So that brings us to the monthly reports part of the agenda, the first being the park ranger report. Director Minter, do you have any comments to share on the park ranger report tonight?
No, I do not.
No director comments. Ms. Fatua, are there any members of the public to speak on the park ranger report?
Chair, there are no hands raised.
Awesome. We will close public comment on the park ranger report. Any commissioners would like to speak on the park ranger report?
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
It's related to the deliberation of the public on Brentwood Park and sort of the how some were alluding that when we renovate the park, it may attract undesirable behavior. And so I was curious, like, do we have any, and they kind of referenced like other parks, Jordan or Tanager, that we've recently redone, and it becoming, you know, an attraction for non-neighboring residents. I was just wondering, like, have we seen an uptick of violations or incidents at newly remodeled or newly renovated parks in the way that some fears are arising may happen with Brentwood? What do you think about that?
I do not have any data that supports that, but I also don't have any data that contradicts that statement. I think whenever you put in new playground equipment, we tend to advertise it or promote it either in the snapshot or using the city's social media pages. You know, as a parent of 2 kids that no longer require playgrounds, I know that when we would, you know, in the city that I live in, put in new playgrounds, I would take my kids over to try them out. So I absolutely think there could be an uptick in attendance at the parks. I don't know that that's always attributing crimes or, you know, some of the negative behavior that was mentioned.
Can I? Because that's kind of my neighborhood. And also that we just did a huge update to Jordan, and then we also, the county put in Perez Park. So I can tell you there's more families utilizing Jordan Park because the equipment is now updated. It has ADA, so a lot of the families who had ADA children that couldn't use the playground equipment. So when you improve the accessibility in the program, you actually improve the community that surrounds these parks, so they do come. I know that the city council member and I are going to be meeting with some of those families that express concerns because their assumptions haven't just anecdotally held out at some of those other parks, just in my community. So, I know the city council member is getting some information from the police. Just, you know, if there's a concern, we need to, I think, understand the data versus the perception. Yeah. So,
well, more kids, more families, that's desirable behavior.
Well,
so I wanted
in
to
that
get ahead
neighborhood, it's a really funky park, if I can describe it that way. It's almost in a roundabout cul-de-sac, like you wouldn't know it if you weren't from the community. And there's so many young families who've moved into that neighborhood that it's exciting. It's really fun and exciting. And they are the ones that are using it a lot, but they're the ones who also are having to go to, to Perez and some of the other parks. So it's interesting because and the community that spoke on all sides, they've been trying to work together on all of this. So, but I know that City Council Member Harlan, who's, represents us, is getting some information just to clarify perceptions versus reality.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, but thank you for bringing it up in public because
I think it will be important to address those concerns and leverage the data we have as much as we can, because none of us want undesirable behavior to be attracted by newly renovated.
The ironic part in my personal experience, having have more active use around Kaiser versus non-active, when my kids were there, is people use our open spaces and our green spaces. It's a matter of who's using it. So what we found out is the more you provide opportunities for families in the community to use it, the less likely you have dead space, and no one walking through the parks. So I know it sounds odd to say that, but just from our anecdotal evidence of what was happening at Kaiser in the big field before they renovated and put baseball there and soccer fields, and now they have lacrosse fields, is we were having to come at 5 in the morning at the city, at our school site, and actually do patrol to pick up broken beer bottles and things. So they were using it. It was just a matter of, because no one else was using it or was part of it. So, and I do believe in talking to law enforcement, I haven't talked to our law enforcement here, that generally has held out, that people will use space as they see. And the more you have families in the community using space, the less likely you have that dead space being used by others, so.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate that discussion. I will add, from my understanding, don't take my word for it, I think there's a body of research on this, but I think anytime we activate a space, We're gonna see, and that's the issue with Wilson Park right now. There's that dead zone by the bathrooms, especially at night and at certain hours when the lighting is dim. And there have been a number of incidents at the park. All right, any more comments on the park ranger? All right, seeing none, we're gonna receive and file the park ranger report. Thank you to park rangers. And that takes us to the grand finale of the agenda, the director's report.
Here we go. So for the director's report, I will address a couple of things on here, and then there's a couple pieces that aren't quite listed, but I was going to have staff follow up on. Teens programs was mentioned. I think Monique can speak to a little bit of that when she talks about programs. Some of the other comments that I wanted to get into, the flying field update, it has been an ongoing discussion. There have been times when it came before the PACS Commission. In this particular go-around, there was council direction provided a year and a half ago. Staff were having challenges bringing that to fruition, so that's why it came back directly to the city council. I'm not going to say it hasn't been a confusing process, but it's just been a very challenging project to be working on. It's almost like a case study that you might experience, in an educational program of how to, split the baby or how to best solve a problem. So if anyone does want additional information on that, I would encourage you. I believe that the date may have shifted, that we would be looking to bring that back to City Council on May 2nd. At least that's the way that the agenda is currently looking, to continue that discussion at the City Council level. The Fairview Park Steering Committee did review it last night extensively to make a recommendation as a part of the committee's output. The role of commissioners, I think we've talked about 2 or 3 different items throughout tonight. I'm happy to address that in future meetings. I don't want to maybe prolong that discussion anymore tonight because we are getting into a later hour. The OCME schedule, just to clarify, there are train run days this Saturday and Sunday, the 15th and 16th. So, if you can't go Saturday, definitely check it out on Sunday. They are doing somewhat of an Easter theme, kind of a belated Easter event. The dog issues, we continue to work with our park ranger program as they continue to staff up. We had a meeting with our animal control officer yesterday, or the sergeant that oversees animal control yesterday, continuing to ask them for support. I think some of our educational components weren't necessarily working, and I know they have shifted into a more of an enforcement type phase. I would love to know what the answer is to the how do we get all dog owners to be responsible. I hear the requests for fencing and I hear the requests for action. We are working with the school district on the installation of at least some temporary fencing at Harbor Park. So it's not stagnant. It's just trying to make sure that we're not wasting money on, solutions that will not have an impact. When you have a school field that is not for dogs at all and a city park that was for leashed dogs only, neither of those is what's happening, which is unleashed dogs. There shouldn't be unleashed dogs anywhere, and that's really a dog owner issue. I know it's a topic that's come up at our Animal Services Committee. We will continue to push that point to dog owners to be responsible. I think if the commission wants to look into that further, that's something potentially we can bring back as an agendized item. But I think that's a continuing frustration point for a lot of people. And so the points are well made. I do want to urge anyone, if you do see more of a violent issue with a dog, to report it to the police immediately. Those are actions that need to be handled swiftly, and I know our animal control officers will handle that. The Animal Wellness Center, that is a group that we've worked with on occasion. It is more of an animal control issue than it is a parks issue at this point. So they're taking the lead on working with that group and doing some research. I did reach out to some of our neighboring directors to see what their input was in terms of agreements with the Animal Wellness Center. So that is, we may have some updates from them moving forward, but like I said, the animal control unit is the one that's taking the lead on doing that research. Lions Park update. I think that question was asked earlier, and I'm trying to remember the context with which Lions Park was brought up. Oh, I think Luke Davis Field, Commissioner, is what you asked about. We are looking into potential dates to do kind of a grand opening of sorts. That way we can invite the community and do a kind of a big show where we invite the council and the community to all come out. I have had some discussions with council members and the city manager as well about what that looks like. So as soon as we have dates for that, which will hopefully be in either early or mid-May, we'll get those on the calendar so that the commission can come out and be a part of that. Back to the actual report, I think, we've talked a lot about capital projects, and I know there's been continued requests from the commissioners for updates. So the only, so many of these projects are not projects yet. I know we have a small amount of funding set aside for Brentwood. There is a recommendation from staff that an additional amount be added to that project. We have met with, a small group of people to kind of get some feedback. But at this point, we're still waiting for the decision from council to move forward in kind of their prioritization of projects. And then I think the dates, we will make sure to remind the commissioners when CIP discussions will be happening, but the major one will be our next meeting. So it'll be a great opportunity to do that. I don't know if we'll have much else on the agenda just because I anticipate a hearty conversation. And what we don't want to do is go till 9:39 or 9:40, and I know we're not quite done yet. So I think with that, I'll turn it over to Monique for some park updates, and then or from recreational program updates, and then I will ask her to give you a little bit of a summary of what happened on March 21st with council and staffing.
Actually, I think I was going to start with that, if that's okay. Just because it will help me lead better into some of the programming aspects of it. So at the not last council meeting, but it was the March 21st council meeting. Very exciting that council passed a new resolution for part-time salaries with our minimum, not our minimum wage, our minimum starting would be $20 an hour. That's a huge deal. As Chair Rutherford said, we are the highest paid part-time Parks and Community Services Department now in the county. A lot of other cities are looking to us, so that was exciting. We are intending to do a huge marketing blitz, which our Senior Recreation Supervisor, Ashley Thomas, is going to be spearheading. We're just finalizing some documents, and hopefully you'll start seeing some of the marketing materials go out next week to really hit hard before summer. So summer is technically, you say, the Parks and Recreation busy season. Really, we're always busy, but we really want to make sure that we're staffed fully for summer. So we did have some condensing of the classifications. Prior years, prior to me coming on board to the city, there was 4 classifications, I believe, of recreation leaders. It got condensed even further. I think it went from 4 to 3 to, I think before this change, we had a community service leader 2, a community service leader 3, and a senior community service leader. Now we just have one classification of community service leader and a senior leader. This is very in line with other cities of having just a leader and a senior for part-timers. So it's just a difference of responsibility. You have your entry-level community service leaders, the one that you hire to do the camps, and then the senior leaders are the planners. We also did something similar with our lifeguard series. We aligned them. Lifeguards have always been one of the more challenging roles to fill. It takes special certifications and qualifications to become a lifeguard. And with that, we're competing with other pools, with theme parks. So increasing the salary rate was a huge deal. And so, yeah, we hope to get everybody on board for summer. With this change, or with this resolution, we also, on that same council meeting, we had a change in some classifications for some of our full-timers, which really put us in line with some of the other cities. So with our assistant recreation supervisors, we changed their classification to recreation supervisors, and our old recreation supervisors, Ashley being one of them, changed to senior recreation supervisors. And this just more closely aligns with their duties, really put them at market rate with other cities, and make us us more of a competitive, hopefully retain some of our staff for a longer period of time, to have some consistency. And this goes into our programming, right? Build us our programming up, give our program some leadership, some just consistent just leadership across the board. We also were able to convert 3 of our recreation specialists at mid-year to full-timers, which is a very big deal for us. 3 of those leaders, one oversees multiple youth types of programming, youth sports, day camps. One big one in this role would be mobile recreation. Mobile recreation hasn't really restarted since the pandemic. I'm not sure if everybody is quite aware, but we haven't returned to 100% operations since the pandemic. And that has been for a variety of reasons, but a lot of it is staffing. Mobile recreation, if you didn't know of this program, used to visit various parks after school, during the year, during the summer, just to provide free program play at different various parks and locations around the city. And so we're really looking to restart that program. Right now, you only see the mobile recreation trailer or van at some special events, but we really want to return it to 100% operation. So getting this specialist full-time will really help that. We also have a recreation specialist that's going to, when she converted to full-time, is going to really focus a lot on adaptive programming, which this city has always lacked and has never had anybody focusing on adaptive programming. And that's across the board, just being inclusive of all needs, all ages, all ranges. So we're really looking forward to that. The third one was our ROCKS program specialist. I don't know, our ROCKS program is one of our biggest served programs. We serve 9 elementary school sites with, I can't tell you how many participants we have. It's probably 300 plus, 400, yeah. 500 plus kids at 9 different sites. And so that's a lot to manage for one part-timer. So now that this person is full-time, that's going to really help strengthen those sites and just the reporting, the oversight that is really needed with that age range. Not in the recreation series, but really works with our senior center, is our community outreach worker, which is crucial, imperative to the nature of work that she does over at the senior center. She does social services in all aspects with our meal gap program or transportation. Director Mandrad, I can't remember off the top of my head everything she does, but she does it all, and she was doing it in a part-time capacity. So whether that's wellness checks to qualify them for certain social service programs, now she's able to do that at a full-time capacity, which is going to make a huge difference for some of our seniors visiting the senior center. So, just to see that, I just kind of wanted to explain the impact of what some of these conversions and what these rates would do for our programming. So that's kind of the overview of what happened at the March 21st.
Do you want to let Ashley talk for a minute about the marketing efforts?
Yeah.
Thank you, Director Mentor. I may sound slightly, I know it's getting late, but I'm very enthusiastic and passionate about this campaign. It may be an understatement. It's a high priority of our department to increase staffing levels, as Ms. Villasenor has just mentioned. With that being said, we have a variety of traditional, and we're actually thinking very much so outside the box. It'll probably be a phased approach. We'll probably kind of see what the outcome of the traditional marketing efforts, and then we're going to bring in some of those creative ones. So some of the traditional ones are everything from banners, e-blasts, whether it's through the snapshot, it's through our ActiveNet contacts, through council, through committees and commissions like you all, helping us spread that word. Flyers, with a general flyer. We are planning to host a hiring event. Where they can just show up with a resume, they don't have an application in prior, and they can interview right on the spot. So that's really exciting. So we'll get that word out. That will be in May and June. We've done them in the past, and we've had some good success with them. So we're looking forward to doing that too, especially with this increased rate, the starting rate. So you'll see flyers like this come to you soon. So we're really ready to go. In addition to that, we're looking for even more, even very traditional routes where the tear-off flyers, like at coffee shops, where Costa Mesa is full of coffee shops and community boards. So we'll be posting those throughout the community too. So if you know a good community board that maybe we missed, we'd love for you to help us spread the word there too. In addition to that, let's see, online recruiting platforms, social media, the good old Facebook, Instagram. We have TV monitors all through City Hall. We have the Minute. If everyone watches the Costa Mesa Minute, we'll definitely partake in that. So like I said, a lot of traditional avenues. In addition to that, we're going all out. We're going back to the buttons. We're hiring. We have a professional organization that we're a part of. We'll be posting our desire or recruitment through them as well. We talked about employee referral cards. We could take that into consideration. We talked about mannequins holding a sign. We talked about cutout boards, putting your face in there that says we're hiring. I mean, again, we're really trying a variety of different options, even like vehicle magnets. So again, this will be a phased approach. We're definitely going to start and launch this with more of the traditional marketing efforts, and then we will continue to phase in some of these more creative approaches. But we're looking forward to the influx of applicants. So help us out with that. When you get that email, forward it to all your network and encourage them to work for the best department ever. Thank you for your time.
What about windscreen? Maybe windscreen? Is that
Around
a better time
We're
for that
coming
idea?
full circle, aren't we?
You know what
Yes.
I thought of is because we have Santana Costa Mesa High School and they do have career boards there. Also OCC, have you done that too?
Yes,
Okay,
we,
perfect.
so traditionally, our HR department takes lead in any of the career fields, or fairs, excuse me, with whether any college entities, we usually get invited to them anyway, and the high school level as well. We always attend and we always come with our big stack of flyers, and then we really hype up.
So a lot of them have boards now. They don't have fairs any longer since. But anyway, so I'll check
yes,
with you.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we post the electronic boards. That is a frequent, our HR department is really good about that. We have accounts pretty much with everyone at this time. The challenging part that we found with that is just staying on the top of that electronic board and not, naturally, we kind of get down on the list if you're not reposting on a frequent basis. So, but thank you for bringing that to our attention.
And we will be asking all commissioners now. I mean, you say, how can you be a part? We will make you be a part of it. So we will force it down your throat if we need to make sure that you help us get the word out. So you can count on that. We're finishing things like the job specs and trying to make sure it's, whenever you're consolidating classifications, HR just wants to make sure everything's clean, maybe redefine some of the working titles for the different classifications and make sure everything's good to go. But, it's been 3 weeks, so we're really hoping maybe next week we can start, getting some of those things rolling out. So with that, back to Monique, anything else on recreation?
No, I just, as a profession, Parks and Community Services, you'll find that a lot of us that work in this, we're really, I think that's within any field that you choose to work in, that you're really passionate about it, and we're really passionate about everything that we do. You ask us, any true Parks and Recreation professional, do you want more parks? Do you want more community centers? Do you want more community gardens? Do you want more fields? Do you want more courts? We say yes to it all. Can we do it all? But we definitely need the staff to do it. And a lot of these part-timers are the first people that people see in the city, whether you walk into a community center and it's the person you see at the front desk, that was our communities, the leader that's getting paid minimum wage. And so they're handling the comments from the community that's saying, hey, did you know, even if they come into the community center to say something's wrong with the street, they're coming in and telling the community service leader. And that's not, under our division, but they're responsible for taking that comment and getting it up the chain and getting it to the right division. And so we really owe a lot to some of these community service leaders, and some of them were in the audience during this council meeting, and they were really appreciative of this change. So I just, they watch people's kids. My child is 2.5 years old, and Parks and Community Service leaders watch them, all kinds, daycare leaps, after school program, like they do it all. And so we're really happy to support this and get them this higher rate. With that being said, I can move on to the rest of the programming. And I'll just touch base very, very briefly. I know a lot of these reports always look repetitive and the same, but they are more data-driven with some of the numbers, just so you can see trends in the different various divisions, animal care services, community gardens on there. I know that we just heard about that, contract classes. But there's staff behind a lot of these numbers doing a lot of work. So I just kind of wanted to know, Animal Care Services, Jessica Torrejon, she's our only full-time coordinator for animal services, and she takes care of everything that under our division for animal services, for helping to oversee transfers, for planning the spring bark bash that's coming up in 2 weeks. So she does a lot of work, and she's our single full-time employee. Community Gardens, you heard about Tony. If he was here, he might be the hardest working person in our department, and so, and you know, to think that at one point he was doing all that work at a part-time level in the community gardens, helping rebuild the plots for minimum wage, just blew my mind. So another reason why I'm happy that this resolution got passed. Contract classes, Tiana Johnson handles a lot of the contract class instructors, the instructor agreements, and she also produces the Spotlight magazine. So she does a lot with that. The Costa Mesa Senior Center, obviously we have a lot of services there. Mariana Pena, she's our recreation supervisor. Angel Bear is our recreation coordinator, and Lucy Singh is our new full-time community outreach worker. At the Downtown Recreation Center, we have Kevin Stoddard and Jose Guzman. That's also the aquatic center. So they help run, you know, open gym, the lap swim, swimming lessons. Our facility rentals is by Victoria Castillo, and she's the new facility rental coordinator that got approved last year. And so she's really booking that facility left and right. The requests have started to come in, and really she put on the wedding expo, and people are really pleased with the services that she's getting as the only full-time person at that facility right now. So, you know, I want to start naming some of our staff so you can get familiar with who runs what program. Fairview Park, Kelly Dalton, if you haven't heard of him. Adult sports, we have Emily Pulaski. She also does our fields allocation, which is right below that. If you see our fields number, she does field allocations for 48 to 61 user groups in a year, and she manages 24,385 hours of field usage. So when she does her 2 times a year field allocations, she is like a Tetris mastermind with fields, because, you know, we don't have enough fields for everybody that wants a field, and she makes it work, and she works with these groups very well. I would be impressed to see anybody do it better than her right now. Park reservations, we have Kathia Viteri, who also does our special event permits, and youth programming. We have Tracy, I don't want to butcher everybody's last name, Habigger, sorry. LEAP program, which is our 3 to 5 year olds, is done by Lori Pulaski. Teen programming, Jessica Ochoa, who also just became full-time as a recreation specialist. So that's another one where she oversees mobile recreation. Teen programming, we're really looking to find a lot of new ideas and expand our teen programming, bring some stuff back that hasn't been around since the pandemic, and look for some new ideas. So we really have a lot of ideas generating, and we'll be reaching out to teens at both Costa Mesa High School and Estancia High School, and really getting into the thick of it, especially with teens. Teens is what I'm most passionate about. It's where a lot of my career comes from, is teen programming. So I'm excited to have Jessica on board. Our Rocks After School program, like I mentioned, Brody, youth sports. So, you know, associating the names with all this stuff, I know it's late, and I can go on and on about our staff and everything that we do, but again, just trying to echo how important some of these, you know, promotions and these salary resolutions were to the staff here. Thank you to Ashley Thomas. She was also the one that actually spearheaded Springfest this last Saturday. I'm really impressed with how she took a lot of my ideas. I like to do events in the city, and I handed it off to her, and she really took it and ran with it and made it enjoyable for I would say, over 3,000 people that attended the event throughout the day. So really kudos to her. I do want to mention Earth Day next Saturday, so the 22nd. That's a joint effort between Parks and Community Services, Public Works, and the City Manager's Office. So everybody has a huge part in this. There's going to be all kinds of vendors. If you want to talk, anybody in the audience wants to talk to the sanitation districts, they will have a booth there. We are going to have a compost giveaway. Rob and his crew is going to be planting some trees out front here in City Hall. So you can make smoothies by blending smoothies by riding a bike. There's all kinds of neat stuff to do at Earth Day right here in the front of City Hall on April 22nd from 10 to 2. So come out and check it out. It's really fun. The weekend after that is Spring Bark Bash. And then shortly thereafter is Love Costa Mesa Day. And there's still time to submit a project. Francine Jimenez in our city manager's office is leading that group. So with Trellis. So they do meetings, so you can still volunteer for that day. So we have a lot of good things coming up, a lot of good things happening. We're excited for it all.
Thank you, Monique, and I'm very grateful to have Monique, to have Ashley, to have Laura, for their support, not only at these meetings, but, day to day. Very grateful for the City Council, for the way they view our department and how valuable we are to the community. I know a lot of discussion, here at the Commission is focused on capital projects and things, but I'm glad Monique went into the detail of we're about programs. That was what the first part of our department is really about, is the amount of residents that we impact on a daily basis, whether it's adult softball, basketball, the pickleball program at the DRC, the swim lessons, that's what we are really about. We're about programs. Yes, projects when we get an influx of money is very exciting, but where this department really shines and our true impact on the community is the way we impact with the community. So thank you to all of our staff. Really to our city manager, because, all along during the last, few months, she's been the one looking out for our department and giving us an opportunity to speak in front of council about our department and what we do and what our needs are to get us to this point. So we're not quite there yet. We're ready for a marketing blitz. We want to get the staff in here to be able to continue some of the great traditions in Costa Mesa and then continue to improve upon them. Teens are near and dear to me. That was one of my first, big engagement opportunities, and as a rec professional, was at a teen center. I know we have dreams and aspirations for the teen center that's at the downtown rec center and the teen center that's at T. Winkle Middle School. So, the young man that came and spoke, we hear you. We want to continue to provide additional programming opportunities for them, that does not fall on deaf ears. Sometimes it's about having the right staff in place that can speak to the teens and that the teens will listen to or want to engage with. I've worked with a lot of people over the years, and if you don't have that ability, you're not going to have a successful program. So having the right staff in the right positions for a period of time to develop that trust, it's a very difficult age group sometimes to manage. But you will see some great things coming from our teen programs. And when we get to that point where we're ready to do more unveilings of what our ideas are, the commission is going to be involved, and we are going to ask for your support in getting the word out there. So I think that's enough for us tonight. I anticipate there will be questions, so Ashley, Monique, and I are available for questions.
Well, thank you all. Excellent report, and we are grateful for your leadership. We do have to open this item up to public comment, so let's do that really quick. If there's anybody from the public who likes to comment. Anybody on Zoom? Nobody on, okay. Awesome, we'll close public comment, and then let's do a lightning round of questions from the commission. Any questions? None? Good from this side.
I do, sorry. I'll keep it brief though. So we have the CIPs next meeting, and then we'll be doing the community engagement item. Next meeting as well, or are you thinking that's gonna be too much for one meeting?
As we already pulled it and talked about doing it next meeting, I think those two can exist on the same agenda, but probably nothing else.
Great. And I'll end there.
I'm going to do one more update just before the chair asks about it. But fees as they relate to the facilities, the finance department had been doing an ongoing fee study over the last 3 to 4 years. They are getting ready to present it to city council. I want to say like in a month or so, possibly with the city budget or one of the city budget updates. Once that is presented to the council, it's an all-inclusive look at fees across the city. We will have our section, and I will be able to present that to the commission for discussion. So it's coming. Trying to navigate the timeline and what they were doing. It's led by them. I didn't want to step on any toes, but that will be a great launching point for the commission to look at fees that relate to our department, not just for facilities, but for a variety of different things.
No, I really appreciate that, Jason. And I think that's going to reflect well with members of the public who engage with the department. I think it's going to make everybody happy to look at those fees. Wow, look at that. Well, again, thank you for all you're doing. I think that is it for tonight. So we're going to adjourn, receive and file the report, and we'll adjourn until our next meeting on Thursday, May 11th, 2023.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, do we need a motion? And it's been
I'll make a
made.
motion for adjournment.
I move that we sing happy birthday first.
Oh.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Commissioner Dorn Parker. Happy birthday to you.
That was fabulous. And don't forget, there's still some treats. In fact, those of you in the audience, we still have, okay. You're more than welcome.